cane pie. Creator dashboard. There we go. Stream manager. I need to change this to session 6, not 5. Congratulations, you guys survived 6 5-hour sessions.
Yay!
Yay. Also, I need to pop out chat so I can look at it. I need to open up a new tab with the game in it and join that one as a player. I have so much shit to do.
You're welcome.
Doobie-doo-up. Rejoin as player, and then F11 this one. There we go. Cool. Now I can X out of this. All I need to do now is pop you right there. No, that is beautiful. Good. I gotta find where you guys are on the map. There you are. Hello, everybody. How are you? Yay. Also, I did not just wake up. Don't worry.
I wouldn't think that to the world.
Good. You shouldn't, because it's not true. It's impossible. Yeah. Nobody's in chat yet, motherfuckers. It's upsetting. Also moving to session.
Alright.
Bop. Bop, bop, bop. Get the fucking... How dare you not get in there when I said I'm getting in chat, motherfuckers. Do. Mr. Peddle says he's in game, but he's not in the voice chat yet, fucker. I'll fucking stab him. Orli, don't you be typing in the game chat. That's right, you stop. Good. Heyo.
Hey, how goes it?
Wonderful. We're alive, by the way.
Oh, all right, cool.
We're just waiting on people to get in.
I see. Well, I have a minute.
Yeah, 1 minute. And then they're fucking dead. Execution. Who's ready to die in the last leg of the dungeon? Oh.
Oh, die.
Everyone's ready.
We fought the boss.
You fought a starved vampire spawn.
Boss.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking.
You got a neat sword.
Yeah, I got a neat sword. Gonna have to find another sheath for that. Clean it up, etc.
Yeah, it stinks of undeath.
Mm-hmm.
Undeath don't wash out.
I'll figure. I'll just dip it in some holy water or something. Let it rest.
Did you
in
just
holy
wake
water
up,
for 30
Mr. Petal?
days. A little bit.
Ah, fair
A
enough.
salad to eat. Mom had me doing a lot of yard work. Bit exhausted.
Psst. Yard work is for pussies.
Yeah, but she can't lift large bags of dirt because she hurt her back. So I do that for her so that she can continue her gardening hobby.
Just simply buy smaller bags of dirt.
Nope, they don't sell them smaller, and the dirt we get is really good. It's from a little family-owned place.
But smaller bags of dirt are better.
Impossible.
It's true. I swear to God.
Improbable.
That's one to John.
What are you, a gardener?
Nah.
What would you know then?
I just eat dirt.
I see.
Just by the shovel
Dirt
load.
muncher. By the shovel.
Just om nom nom.
Fucking hate you.
Fucking
Hey.
Sybil was just online. Why are they not in the goddamn chat? There you go. Sybil, get in here.
Devin, and Freya was online too.
There she is.
There you are. You rat.
Welcome, slacker.
His mic isn't on.
And,
there he
and
goes.
Devin's
there's
having
Mike.
issues with his computer, so.
Poor Devin.
Oh, no.
He's having issues with his mic. Oh. Hello?
Can you hear us?
He won't. He needs to go to his settings. He needs to go to his settings.
Tech issues all day right now. Oh no, RTC connecting. That's a internet issue.
I see. That's what he gets.
Also, I've done a little fuckery with the sound settings, so we should be a little bit louder on stream.
Fuckery, huh?
Yeah, we
So
were a
be
little
it,
quiet
yeah.
in the playback when I was watching, so. Yeah.
Shit. Alright.
Sheesh.
Shit.
By the way, I have 2 more maps prepared for you fucks. If you go beyond that, I'm stabbing one of you.
Or what?
What did you say?
Maps. I have 2 more
Maps?
maps prepared for you fucks.
Why are
If
there
you go
more maps?
beyond that, I'm gonna stab one of you.
Yeah, I don't want to go. Why are there more maps? There shouldn't be anymore.
Because if you finish the dungeon, you're going on to the next part.
There's more? Is more to this dungeon? This dungeon's been so difficult. Almost died, Chance.
I love the
Almost
tiredness
died.
in your voice when you're saying this. It's great.
We were on the brink of just game ending this little campaign.
Oh no, you
Then
weren't.
restart.
Trust me. I have plans. If you guys,
I'm sure you have plans. We're messing with fucking fancy smashy time god.
Oh, not yet. You weren't.
Man, this is just a it's just a random dungeon. Just a
It's
random
not
dungeon.
random.
That
You
would be
guys
my
assumed
favorite.
this was related to the time gun.
It fucking better be.
Hey, I can hear Sybil.
What's up? What's up, Zibble? What's
Hey,
up,
buddy.
Zibble?
How you doing?
What's going on?
I'm gonna mug you for all of your money. You don't
Now we're
perk
just
up.
waiting on the fuck boy restarting his PC.
What's wrong with the computer? Why does it suck so much?
I don't know. He spent like $1,000 on it. It shouldn't be this bad.
That's true.
Granted, I spent $1,500 on my desktop, so laptops are never worth the money.
I used to like 3 times to get the baby. If you could get the baby monitor, I didn't.
No, I wasn't paying attention to you. Is what he meant to say.
Never.
Ooh woo.
That doesn't sound like me.
No. Never would I ever.
All right.
Man, this is a slow start up to this stream.
Yeah.
That's
Hey,
okay,
Sybil,
that's
you're
okay.
coming with me.
Uh-oh.
Hi, buddy.
Hello,
Are you ready?
I guess.
Okay. So, when you last left off, you guys solved that puzzle,
Uh-huh.
and the gate in the whole fountain just started sliding open.
Uh-huh.
That's when you pass out,
Okay, solid.
and you wake up in this colorful place with your
Nice.
sprite on your back, and you have a body of the crow. And you
The
see a
body
little
of the
goblin
crow.
man sitting on the edge of nothingness, just looking into this circle and holding this little it looks like a stone pad that he's wiggling his fingers on.
There's a man.
Oh, the goblin.
Oh, it's the goblin. Okay.
Yes. He's just
Well,
sitting
I have
on
to
the
go
edge of
on.
nothingness, looking through this, what you can only assume is like a window. And like I said, he's fiddling with this like stone slab in his hand.
Go up to him.
Oh, you're awake already.
A nod.
You know you can speak.
A nod.
Well, I just wanted to give you a little heads up. We can protect you from one visage from the time god. But that's it. You'll look like you're in the proper place and time. But then we're kind of spent on protecting you for a little while. If that's what you want to do. If not, then we can work other
What?
things out.
What is a visage?
If he doesn't look at you directly and if he only uses his avatar, you'll be fine.
Oh.
But if you won't run into the actual him with his omnipotence, then, oh, you're fucked.
So, should I stay away from all this time bullshit?
Ah, that's up to you, little lady.
Okay.
See, I don't think you understand, but we gave you the power to change fate, not follow it. Whatever happens is your decision. Also, we're still on the Gorash page. Whoopsie doopsie D&D stream. There we go. It looks better. Now, while you've been asleep, I've been taking care of you. as you now look over into this window, and you're looking down at like a top-down view of your friends and you in this dungeon, seeing what you see on screen. But
Am I,
if
like,
you're ready to
awake?
go back, or if you have more questions, I can answer them.
So I don't have to follow the regular timeline.
That's why we sent you. The regular timeline is doomed, unless someone changes it.
But how is this? I've been confused and lost, more or less. I know you're omnipotent and the rest of, the
Oh,
coven
no, we're
is,
not. We just
Well-
research a lot.
omnipotent in my eyes, I should say. um, how is this going to help me find Idril?
He has a look of sadness over his face. It will. You just need to trust. For if I told you what was going on, it'd cause you nothing but pain right now. But if you follow your heart and change the timeline, you will find them.
What happens? I mean, I know what happens if I meet myself, but what happens if I meet people that I know? What happens if I meet Idril?
I am not quite sure. Time here is weird compared to other places we've been to.
Best to stay away then, I suppose.
For now, or you could even try and find it. Maybe that's the key. I'm not quite sure. We aren't allowed to look into the future here. Which is why it's weird. And that's why we need someone who is, and he gestures to you, no offense, but ordinary. Put in a supremely unordinary position. You won't draw any ire of anyone since you've gone missing. To be no offense to you, but you were normal, not abnormal, if you understand my meaning.
I do. I lived a very ordinary life.
So, no one would bat an eye at you being in a different place. But
Okay.
that is what makes you special, my dear.
Mm.
And like, he's petting your head, but you're in the body of the crow.
If I have this timeline correct, I mean, technically, I should be working for Idril at the moment. And, well, in the next year or so, I believe we are going to, one could say, fall in love, but, and then move. So, I mean, I know where to find myself and Idril, but
Finding yourself would be an issue, but anyone else you know might not. Like I said, that is your risk to take.
And you're sure these people are the ones I'm supposed to be, well, that are supposed to help me in my trials? They seem odd.
That is exactly why they are the right people. The odd ones are the ones that make destiny.
Hmm.
Or the ones that break it. As he, like, looks down at his wrist, looks at them in this top-down view, after they literally just killed a vampire.
A vampire?
Yes. And he just goes, it looks like it's time for you to return. That's all that we have time for right now.
Just to clarify, my body is like moving with them.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Your body has been moving with them and acting on its own. Which is why you have been acting differently in their eyes. But they don't know that. You do, though. You got to sit there and watch the screen for a bit, and it was them just going through different things, and it was all out of order and shit. But hey. So are you ready now?
Yes, I suppose.
Okay. He does a little clap, and then you just wake up in the room with them. Hello. Hello, everybody.
Fuckers.
Alright, private stuff is done. Sybil is caught up. Sigil's in a different game.
Cathedral is in a different game he couldn't play yesterday, sorry.
Yeah.
My bones!
He is angered. Alright, so you guys literally just killed the vampire spawn with the vampiric sword. And Sybil seems to... Sybil's familiars just pop out of nowhere onto her shoulders.
Good news for her. I sit on the floor and I kind of close my eyes. I'm so tired.
That was really intense, you guys. Good job.
Am I still bleeding? I think I'm still bleeding.
I am, for sure.
Oh, God.
I'm
We-
ready.
I'm gonna sit here for a second.
I'm gonna go over and pat him on the head.
That room. I don't really want to try and figure out the acid yet. I'm not the spells that I'm tired and I'm hurting.
Perhaps we should do the last suggested thing a few minutes ago, which is to search this room and then rest.
Okay.
In case there's anything else in it.
Okay, hold on. And I will push myself up my sword. Okay. This room.
Your muscles are aching like crazy.
Everything hurts. Everything still hurts. All right, cool.
I feel fine, you guys.
Oh, great news. That's good. I'm glad you feel good.
Everyone
We are
squints.
you
Wait.
again.
If Amelia's are back.
Well,
Okay, so we're having an adventure.
adventure.
We appreciate your help for accomplishing from
The
that.
goals.
That was not fun.
Oh, you're welcome.
It doesn't smell like undead in here anymore, so there's no more
Let's
undead.
Search the
hopefully.
coffin and then close the door to this room.
Sybil,
Although it might lock, that would be bad.
do you happen to
Hmm.
still have some leftover things for familiar casting?
Yes, but we need a brazier.
True.
Okay. You see on the back side of the door, there were these big stone pillars that are like mostly slid in. And the coffin has no lid. It's just filled with flowers that are tied to necrotic magic and meant to like enhance it.
This dick was in an empowering bath.
Wow.
Well,
There's
you
also a lot to
yeah.
subdue undead.
Well, so looks like it was.
I would like to see if there's anything hidden under the flowers.
Go ahead, roll the investigation.
Yay!
I will help.
You will help. Cool. Advantage.
I will help.
Advantage plus.
I will help.
Advantage
Can't
plus
do more.
plus.
We can't do
No,
more.
there's no plus plus. If there's 3 people, then that's a party check, motherfucker.
It's just us three. Come on.
Party check. If it's more than 2.
No, it's just us two. Just us three. Those two were talking about girl stuff back there.
Girl stuff.
All right,
I'm
20.
cheating.
You find the sheath to the sword in here.
Oh,
It is it's a very elegantly carved piece of wood that has like no rot on it whatsoever.
A very good, very well treated piece of carpentry.
Yes, it actually has inlaid gold into where it's like carved.
Wow.
You're the one with the blade, Pedal, so this would be
Yeah.
yours.
I appreciate it. Does it have a strap? Or
It's got the same type of loop to loop onto a belt loop.
cool. Then I will attach it under my original sword on my belt loop.
I thought your sword's in your backpack.
That one is. I had to put it back because I had to get my fishing pole. That one is on my backpack. You're right.
Okay.
But that one is going on my hip.
Good.
so we're
Sure,
going to
the
that
power
room
of
where all the regents were.
Why go back? That's so far away. I don't want to walk that far.
But it's the safest place. It's got a bed. Unless you
A
want to lay
bed
on the
usually
floor
means
out there.
someone lives there.
Okay, so what? We set up in that room where the black ooze was?
I think all we have left is that pseudo dragon statue with the acid.
Oh,
Yes,
right.
but the acid
And
is
then we will
really,
be
really
done.
strong. I have an ability, but I'm out of spell slots to maybe be able to help the person. But I need my health back to help.
Well, we could just take a moment in here, or if you really want to, we could go back to the beds. But the floor works for me.
We do only have one more area to do, which is that statue.
I don't
Do we
know.
have any ideas on how to handle it? Besides other than Lorelai's decision?
I would. I'm not sure, but I would rather be completely done with this area and then rest not down here.
Then I suppose we could give it a once over and see if we can figure something out.
I mean, you were the one who got your
dying.
lungs burned.
Yes, that was most unpleasant.
All right. To the acid pit. Then.
The acid pit. Away!
Oh, by the way, Sybil, I'm not sure if you were paying attention, but there's an acid pit.
I know.
Okay. Didn't know if you could see it.
Since I'm here, can I make a perception, or not a perception, but can I try to look to see if there's any doors that maybe lead these ways, just secret doors?
Sure, go for it. Investigation.
Here.
Also,
natural.
my spiritual weapon is following me
Yeah.
until it goes away.
Okay.
I'm here now.
Does Sybil have her
And
fake
I-
raven yet?
Huh?
Yeah, both of
Sybil, drag out your familiars to you and follow people.
I don't know where the fuck. Everything's just black.
Everything's black.
Here, I'll shift.
Dynamic
Oh, you're
light.
blind.
Because-
That's right. You're blind.
Yeah, you're.
Oh no.
familiar
Oh no.
as- You're familiar.
I'm a
as
dick.
stuff.
I'm such a dick. I'm such a dick. I'm so sorry.
I would.
Yeah,
I
you
asked Sybil
asshole.
which familiar she was using for her.
I got
Okay.
it.
Okay. I'm so sorry. I
Sybil
completely
has
forgot I
the
did that.
Twilight ability. I would have given it to her.
Well, it doesn't matter. I don't have eyes.
She can't see.
Amazing.
Actually,
Alright,
you don't know if I have eyes or not.
I don't have
I've never
eyes.
taken off my wraps.
The hills
Also,
have
Said
eyes.
you
to
can't
bead.
see.
Nico, if there was a hidden entrance here, you are like 90% sure you would have found it.
All right. There's no secret entrances that we missed on the first pass over.
Well, can anybody breathe acid?
No, the best I could
No.
have done was warding bond, which would be basically a little bit more strength for someone, and I would also take the damage that they took.
I don't think we can go in there really at all.
No. I agree.
Actually,
Otherwise,
unless Sybil's familiar sprite also doesn't have to breathe.
But it can't lift the statue. This is the problem for Nickel.
But there might be buttons over there.
Mm.
Maybe the
What
sprite has
about,
better flying than Nickel.
No.
What about down in that weird labyrinth area? We didn't really go all the way through that with
That
the
is true.
smaller pools of acid.
That is true.
Because this one is stronger.
Because it's
know.
really annoying to go through.
Yes, exactly. But
Oh,
I
the one that
mean,
you hopped and hopped back.
Yes, we did agree we were going to have to go back through there this way. Because we couldn't go hopping all of us over the acid.
because that probably would have led to one of us.
Like I said, that acid is not creating noxious fumes.
Yeah.
Is it possible
Uh-huh.
to traverse this without making anything?
Without making a check? No.
I lost.
I want empathy to fly over it. Ooh, do 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 do.
All right.
I want
All
to
right,
go
all
over
right, guys.
there.
Calm down. I can only have so many of you in a shot at once. Okay.
I think you guys aren't you guys heading towards the stuff that we've already done?
I went.
Sybil did, but Sybil came back. Empathy is going strongly in that direction. And what did you say, Emma?
What are these?
Old rotten buns.
Oh.
And I need to look at empathy real quick. Okay, I just need to know
More
where he is.
Probably gonna turn around.
That
It's just
acid
a
right
long-
there is creating fumes, but they're much thinner than the stuff up here.
Okay. He'll return to me and
Toxic.
I'll tell everyone about it.
Does
No,
empathy
no.
tell me?
Well, no, not
'Cause-
return me. No, empathy can't talk.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure empathy could gesture.
Imagine not
That
having your
acid is
familiar
also
being able
not
to-
producing any fumes.
Okay.
Oh, I found a chest.
Oh, is that
open
the
it.
chest?
It's
Is that the chest from before?
filled with acid.
I don't remember.
It's not facing the right way at all. Hang on, where'd Petal go? Petal,
Huh?
where are you?
Right next to us. He's right next to us.
Okay, I see him now. I see him now.
What
And
do you
I'm
mean?
down
I'm looking at the
to
stream. You should be able to see me either way.
There are
You
some,
blended into the background, okay?
There are also some bones, so I have empathy turning around from that direction.
bones.
Mm-hmm.
And here is the chest.
Oh, a chest. And you said it's not facing the right way?
No, it's facing a different direction.
Than the one that you guys saw previously. This is a different chest.
Alright. I'm gonna tell you. That one
That is a pair of
probably
pantaloons.
a mimic
Okay.
chest, and it's gonna eat us all. I'm not
Oh,
gonna open it.
Hey,
But
hello,
What?
empathy.
What if it's evil? What if that chest is evil or something and it spawns
It's
It's under me,
vampire?
by the way.
Or you
Oh,
could try
actually,
to right
I've moved
now.
it. It's okay.
No, I can do that. Chance, I would like to smell this chest for evil.
Smell it for evil?
Smell it for
Will you
evil.
please click your smell for evil?
One evil smelling power, please.
There are also bones this way.
You don't get anything from the chest. Oh, Phaley's going off the map. Oh, okay, there we go.
Maybe it's
Everybody's
just
in
a
map
normal
now.
chest, but just in case it isn't, I want everybody to be here because it's weird that it's facing backwards and it makes me nervous.
Oh, no. It's
Oh,
not
this-
facing backwards in the hall. I'm saying it's
This-
a different chest from the previous one you saw.
This is
It's
the
facing
chest.
towards you.
This is the
okay.
chest we saw before me and Nico found.
Yep.
I yell
Oh.
out
The
to
one-
people.
The one down there.
The one we
So
had to hop
obviously-
over.
It's
So
one.
obviously, Nico and Falia needs to
Okay.
open this.
Well,
this chest.
there's a chest here, and there's a chest over there. Should we open both chests at the same time? And make
That
as much
does not
risk as
sound
possible.
smart.
Let's just take one thing at a time.
Yeah. Okay.
Let's go left to right.
Which
But
chest
there's
do we want
three of us over here.
Yeah, there's 3 of us over here.
Nico.
So
How dare you?
Nico,
There's
let's
3 of us
come
over
over
here. We have Falia, myself, and
Do
Empathy.
you think it's trapped,
Okay,
Nico?
then there's
I-
5 of us over here.
I'm unsure.
This is the chest we saw before.
That is
I
the
mean, the
chest that you
you-
almost risked killing yourself to get to, Petal.
almost.
The best I can do is I can try to look and see if it is trapped.
I
Ah.
will be back here.
Well, I mean, I could probably open it up with Mage Hand and be safe back there too, but
That's true. If you would like to do that, that would be smarter.
I just don't really know if it's a gas. Then being that far back isn't going to be much help.
Well,
Are you-
then we should hold
so
our breath
is-
before we open it.
Who is doing what? Are you guys both opening your chests, or
I,
waiting till you're all together?
I'm gonna let them open their chest. if they
Okay.
wanna open it.
Go over to
I just
them.
don't want to. Yeah, we can go
Nico,
over
will you please give me an investigation check?
Okay. Normal.
If it was
Okay.
trapped, you are pretty certainly you would have seen the release for it.
All right, I'm gonna back up to here anyways, and I'm going to use Mage Hand to try to lift open the lid.
Okay. Mage Hand like starts lifting the lid, and it's like barely lifting it up. It's slowly opening until it gets to that tipping point, and then it just opens all the way.
Okay,
I'm lost.
I'm going to creep a little closer and look inside.
Inside, you see a pearl. Actually, 2 pearls. One looks much better quality than the other. There
I like
is a staff in here that's cracked. And there is a bunch of gems equaling 100 gold pieces.
Wow,
All right.
that's a pretty. That's a
Wait,
lot of stuff.
100.
Nico,
We
you
have
are...
enough for Revivify.
And Nico.
Once I try
Yes.
to get it.
That pearl is worth at least 200 GP.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
The other pearl gives off an odd aura to you.
Well, I'm going to pick up the shinier pearl,
Mm-hmm.
and you said there's a cracked rod in there.
There's
Cracked
a cracked staff in there.
Cracked staff.
Yes, it looks like it was once like a really ornate staff, but it's cracked straight from the top to bottom, all the way down one side.
And then you said gemstones worth
100 gold altogether.
100 gold.
All together, they equal 100 gold pieces.
To answer your question, I don't know exactly about the divine things, but don't you need diamonds specifically for those?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
I suppose, Nico, you're what, a wizard?
That is my profession, yes.
I suppose the staff would be best for you.
I'm more than happy to take a look at it and everything. Now that I have this glorious little thing and I'm staring at the pearl.
What's the pearl do?
precious.
The pearl allows me to do something as soon as I put it into my as soon as I ready it for. Actually, no, never mind. I can actually do it right now. Haha!
Are you gonna sit down and identify all the items you picked up so far?
I'm gonna
As-
make sure that I'm gonna make sure that we aren't in this decrepit maze first.
Yeah.
And
Good
we will
idea.
pick up
Actually,
the other one
currently,
now?
it's pristine.
Oh right, it's pristine right now for you.
Let's go to
Except for the
other
acid
chest
pits.
Yeah. Except
Yeah,
for
those
the
stay
acid
there.
bit. Oh, whoops. Sorry. Wow, I'm really glad that chest wasn't, I don't know, rigged to explode or something.
I
Wow.
looked, it wasn't ready to explode. Plus I had mage hand, it helps.
I did watch. She did look.
Ah, Well, if you're probably better at it than
There's
I
the
am, since
rotten
you have
buns,
practice.
and then
What about
it's
this one down
alright
here?
at the rotten buns.
Where are you? I didn't quite see where the path was.
Hold on. Sorry, I walked past. I'm tall.
Hey, I want these coins.
Those are
That-
rotten
That's
buns.
actually rotted bread.
Ah, I
Um,
eat it. No,
well,
I'm kidding.
You mean regular bread?
if someone can help me, that'll guarantee better outcome. You know,
Sure.
Sure. Oh,
I
no,
don't
no,
like
Oh,
no,
how
you
no.
go
dark-
ahead, Petzl. You're
Uh,
closer.
I don't like how
Okay.
dark this hallway seems.
It does seem. You know what? Maybe you guys shouldn't stand right at the end of it in case, like, I don't know, shoots an arrow or something.
Hey, you can't occupy the same space. Fuck off. Fuck off.
Hey,
I'm
I
trying
was
not
already
to.
here.
They
Anyways,
morph into each other.
so I'm going
All right.
to investigate this chest as
You're in my 5-foot area. How dare you?
soon
You
as I
need to
can.
be within 5 feet of it.
Yeah, I know I was. I was getting there.
Okay.
I was getting there.
Then give me the help action
I
assisted
would like to.
investigation.
I would like to hold Eldritch Blast for shooting a chest if it attacks people.
I'm glad I got
Okay.
that advantage.
That investigation, if it was trapped, you would have seen the release.
if it was trapped. Okay, now I recommend that we back away a few feet.
Oh well. They're a bit weird, but okay.
And then I'm going to cast
All right,
Mage Hand
pedal.
on that one.
Pedal as you walk away.
Ah!
Here you say.
Hang on. I need to rejoin as GM because apparently my game fucked me over. Give me 1
I
second.
knew it. It was situations like this that I do Mage Hand for.
You can't investigate with the mage hand.
Paddle, you should have actually.
Oh no,
disengaged, you fool.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that
I should have actually disengaged. That does not hit me.
Okay.
Oh, can I? Okay.
Your Eldritch Blast goes off. You can try and hit it.
Okay.
you hit a box.
Ah,
Just hit a
11.
box.
Oh, that's to GM.
I'm sorry.
That's 11.
What just came at me? What was the?
A
It was
pseudopod.
the box was alive. I was right.
It was alive.
So
there you
yes.
go.
I accidentally rolled to GM. It's 11 to hit, though.
That misses.
Okay.
The Eldritch Blast just kind of bashes into the back wall as I need everybody to roll for initiative now.
No.
Okay.
I don't want this.
Oh, God.
Hey,
Hang on
Sybil
1 second. I
wants
need to clear it. 1 second.
I do not want.
No!
Roll again and just add it in.
Oh man.
I do not want this.
And
7.
out of all this
Oh,
standing
shit,
around,
sorry.
you
What
guys-
are these initiatives?
Mine's a 7. Mine's a 7.
God damn!
Mine is-
Don't.
Gotta take the first roll, dog.
Mine is
Take that-
6
take that-
plus
take-
2, so 8.
So take that nat 20 roll, Sybil.
5. 5.
That was high.
I got another
Hello?
5.
Hello.
I mean, I could also do. No, I didn't do it.
All right, now we're gonna set this to descending. There we go.
No, stop! I need 8.
Well, then change it to 8. It's easy.
That's what I'm trying to do.
8 done.
Thank you.
No,
I
we
have
said
to
it.
set it to the thing again.
Oh, good. I'm the final person in this.
Sybil, you're up.
Oh wait, no, there's someone above me. Oh wait, never mind.
No, there isn't.
Riding round in a rope.
Mistake.
All right. I'm gonna peek around this corner. And I'm gonna.
Oh, hey, you hit it. Good job.
Nice.
As that Eldritch Blast just kind of bashes into it and just kind of chunks off a bit of its outer flesh.
Clap. And then I use my bonus action to tell my familiar, go fuck that thing up.
Okay. Failure.
Oh, you know me with all my out of spell slots as a warlock. I'm going to cast Eldritch Blast.
Here I go blasting again.
Hey, you hit it, and this time it blasts off a much larger piece of its flesh.
It's just
Man,
because
I'm glad I'm last because I can't do shit.
You don't have Firebolt?
We have cantrips.
You are
for a
correct. I
reason.
do
That's
have
material.
cantrips. You are correct.
Prestidigitation.
Clean it.
Clean, Bugs, clean.
I hold out a hand to high five Phalia as we both
You know-
Eldritch Blast.
You know what? I cast.
I-
I'm going to
I
cast
don't
it
high five you.
so that the box looks
I
at me
high-five
and goes,
myself.
"Oh, you're nice. You cleaned me."
Alright.
It's just gonna ignore
Hey.
me.
Sybil Sprite's turn.
All right. Oh, this is gonna be intense. It's gonna
Pew.
Man,
go over there.
Dang, Sybil got a deeper
this music
voice.
is going crazy.
Shut up.
That's a fairy's
Hey.
voice.
My pixie goes over there, you know.
Ooh, yeah, hit it.
Hey.
Good job. Let me make that con save.
1 damage.
Con save, right? And it's
Natural one.
what's the DC? 14?
The DC is indeed 14.
It's
Hey.
fine.
Aw.
Why'd the
It takes
box have to
1
do
damage.
Hell yeah.
Pew.
that? A very rude box.
There's a very rude box. I don't know. It's attacking us. We just wanted all of its loot and contents.
Yeah, I
Wanted to
know.
vomit everything up.
Oh, oops. There we go.
Chance. I want to ask. Do I? Never mind. I can't ask that.
All right.
I can't. but I'm going to.
Fake Crow.
It's gonna stay on my shoulder.
Whoa.
Okay. Mimic turn.
She.
No.
Hey, you better
It
step
moves
down.
10
No.
feet, and that's all its
No.
slime movement, right?
Please.
I actually
really,
didn't put in its movement on here for some reason.
500.
I
guess
need to
it
go to
doesn't
5e
have any.
tools.
I guess it doesn't have any, sir.
Woohoo! It stuck itself to the ground on accident.
Yay! I knew that arcane glue was going to come in handy.
I sure hope you guys didn't move exactly its movement away.
Right.
I'm gonna be real upset. Oh
We're
no!
just out of reach.
I'm gonna be real upset.
As a DM who loves using mimics, you might have used exactly its movement away.
Oh.
Oh.
I can move for it. You told me to stop.
Nico,
we missed.
Does
Oh,
that
DM,
hit?
there's no,
It missed.
it
DM,
missed.
there's no
Got me,
annoying
Jarmer.
music in- There's no annoying music in the background.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
play
no,
some
Big
there's
Time
no
Rush.
super. There's
One
no
of
super
you
peaceful
needs to get
music.
that going.
Yeah, please.
There's attack
we need-
number 2.
That one hits.
Okay. You are subjected to its adhesive trait now.
No.
Yo.
No.
Grapple.
And then its final attack.
what?
Does that hit?
Yeah.
Hold
Oh
up.
my
Hold up.
god.
Final attack?
That's its
No,
last
that
attack.
misses.
Okay. You are now grappled by it, though.
Guys, I hurt. I hurt a lot.
That's the mimic's turn.
Has it been a minute or 10 minutes since the fight with
Damn.
the black ooze?
I'd say it. Oh, since that, I'd say it's been about 20 minutes.
Okay, so both of those are gone.
All right. Shit.
Well, I figured I'd check.
It's fair. Also, while you guys are fighting, behind where this thing was sitting, there's now a pressure plate that is lifted up,
Of
and it
course.
cracks open. No, let me finish. It cracks open, and there's a little green vial in there. As you hear stone scraping against stone echoing through this hallway.
I sure hope it's a vial of sweet water.
Sweet iced tea.
No, sweet water and 18D's the shit. You can just purify an entire lake.
All right.
All right.
And so, Lorelai, what are you doing? Ooh, Told the Dead. A wisdom save. Wisdom save. It fails.
You dumb as hell.
Give me that D12.
This fool dumb as hell.
Man, were you frying chicken in there?
Can
It's
you
loud as hell.
shut the fuck up about that?
No, but seriously, I think that's pretty cool.
No, seriously.
Is there anything else, Lorelai? Or is that your one thing?
Oh, I don't want to get closer because I have no health.
Nobody has health except for Sybil.
Listen,
Hell
Nico.
yeah.
Listen, Nico. None of us
Yay.
have health, but
Hey,
do
how
you have
dare you.
AC?
I have 15.
Which is pretty good for a wizard,
Three,
I'm not gonna lie.
4,
That's because of mage armor.
5.
How long does mage armor last?
8 hours.
Oh wow.
Hey, if you
Can
use
I step here?
if you squeeze, you can.
Yeah, if you squeeze, but that gives you a penalty.
Oh, okay. 'Cause I need
But
to
then,
snack.
but if Nico moves on her turn, then she won't be squeezing no more.
But she's grappled. Her
Yeah.
movement is
I
0.
am grappled.
She is grappled.
Oh my god, have you guys ever had grapples?
Yes.
Grape apples?
They're okay.
They are okay.
They are a resounding
That
okay.
is an action. Oh, okay.
Is
That
that
is
your
my
turn?
turn.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Peta Lucifer.
Yeah. Can I
Smashed
pull
it.
her out of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
If my Eldritch Blast knocked people back, I could free you from the grapple for free.
Yeah, I'd
But
say
it
go for
doesn't.
it. You can
Okay.
try.
Eldritch
Like a
Blast.
strength check?
Yeah.
Yeah, Eldritch Blast, the invocation that knocks things back 10 feet, it
Uh,
just stops grapples pretty much
on.
because it moves only that
On.
thing 10 feet.
Yeah, that's a possibility.
Okay.
Hey,
Hey!
Nico,
Whoa.
you're ripped out of this thing's pseudopod
Yeah.
as it's trying to nom on you.
I
would
have
like-
seen.
I would like to move her behind me.
Okay. You use your movement to drag her that way.
So that's 5.
Didn't Nico squeeze here, or did she change her mind?
No, she didn't squeeze in.
Okay.
Also, Nico's
And
also
that would have been
this
Lorelai
one.
squeezing.
That's what I
Lorelai.
meant. Sorry, that's what I meant. Wasn't Lorelai squeezing there?
No, I was waiting.
You both have K names, clearly.
And then that is so I'm just gonna I'll take no. All right. That's it.
Okay. Because I was about to say that strength check took your action.
Yeah.
Okay, but what if it took his bonus action?
Nico,
Bonus action.
It's a my turn.
it is your turn. As this thing is
me.
drooling and spittering, trying to get back at you.
I don't
It said
want it.
slurp.
Get the hell back here.
I don't want it. Woo! Yeah.
As the fireball
Dude, you
goes
hit.
off and almost hits that green vial and just bashes the side of the wall.
We might need
I
that.
don't like that thing. I've seen enough plays to know where that goes.
Oh my god! Yes! Is that your turn, Nico?
Yes.
Alright, Sybil. Will someone
Right.
get battle music up? My god.
Sybil, please do fucking something.
You know what I'm going to do?
That's not right.
I'm going
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it.
to
Don't do it.
trap it in a cage.
Ah.
Hey, Phantasmal Force.
I cage it. And put a cage around it.
Oh, you're caging it, huh?
Yeah, you dumb mimic bitch.
A cage or a crate. A cage or a crate. Maybe something that doesn't allow it to move forward and slap me in the face.
The
Because it can
cage.
reach through a cage.
Alright.
It's cage. That's what I said.
Okay. You're fucking smacked.
Can't you make it like a rope so it can't like try to
A
bite
rope?
me?
A very thin, tightly barred cage.
Good enough.
That's it.
It failed, so it's
You dumb as hell.
it's in this cage that's 10 cubic feet, or just right around it, the 5 by 10. Is that
It
your
has
turn,
been-
Sybil?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Failure.
Oh
Right,
man, I
run to
could
the
just
boat.
walk up and I could just boom the blade, couldn't I? Oh,
You could boom the blade.
what could go wrong?
I don't know.
considering it does arguably less damage than if I just decided to cast Eldritch Blast.
Minimum damage.
That just barely hits.
Yay!
As it's
I got-
snarling and trying to break out of this fucking thing.
That's my turn.
All right, Sprite turn.
I hear music.
Yeah, I got music going.
I love this music. Very cool.
Hopefully this one doesn't have any fucking Pokemon music in it.
I'm sorry.
Ayo,
This
Sprite!
is royalty free.
Hit it with the
It's
arrow.
all Pokemon.
Oh, you know what the sprite's gonna
I
do?
didn't listen to it.
Gonna hit him with
beforehand.
the arrow.
15, 1 damage.
Oh, you did 1 damage to it. Good job.
Yeah.
Alright, now make that con save.
False.
Here's your con save. Ooh,
Oh,
it's asleep.
He
It is
said, I'm
asleep.
going chest mode.
So do we hit it?
No.
But instead of turning into a chest, it becomes this big old stone-like glob that's just snoring.
Let's
Ah.
all attack it at the same time.
Ah. Perhaps we should. I kind of want to just grab that green vial and go.
I was gonna say, I could, if the only
You
problem is that it
cannot
has
get
to
around
combine-
how big this thing is.
Oh.
It is a large creature.
What if we had a mage hand?
Yeah. Oh
Mage
my
hand
god.
could. Go for it.
That's why I was going to, but I don't know if we were in turn order, so I wasn't.
What if we had a mage with a hand?
I mean, are we in initiative order or not? Still.
How long does it sleep for?
A minute.
Okay,
It sleeps.
cool.
It sleeps.
That's all I need to know. So you
Oh,
guys just gonna
yeah.
mage hand that bottle away?
Yeah,
That's
I was
better.
gonna do that.
All right, go for it. You got it.
All right, cool. Mage
I'm gonna end this for now. I'm gonna clear turn
Alright.
order for now. If you guys aren't going to attack it,
Nope,
It's gonna
it's
come
gonna-
find us and kill us. We should all attack it at once.
That's fair.
Well, okay, but I have the green vial. That's a big thing. Is that,
That
I
is
have
a
the green
big thing.
vial.
You do have. The
Hold
green
on.
vial,
Is
okay.
there still like a scraping through the dungeon? Chance?
after that one turn, no.
Okay.
No, we're trapped.
So should we just like all
Let's-
wait until someone
let's-
says go? kind of thing?
Yes. How about when empathy drops a copper on the ground?
Okay, I'm gonna move the turn order
okay.
all the way back up to Sybil. You all can give me full attack actions or whatever you're doing to attack this
And
thing for
move to wherever the
free.
fuck we want.
Yes.
Riding.
I'm staying here.
I'm gonna stay here.
I have a sword, I have to stay.
I
Well,
have a firebolt. I'm staying here.
And they're really.
And if Nico's
honestly,
is Nico using melee or
No, Nico's not
Also,
using
everyone
melee.
has
This time.
advantage plus because it's asleep and it's being
Mm.
flanked essentially. So there you go.
Advantage plus. I love advantage plus.
I'm being nice here.
I pet
Woohoo!
my sprite.
Kill it.
I give
Kill
my,
it.
I give my sprite a head pat.
Hey, Lorelai,
yes.
It smiles and like bops
are you
its head back
using
and
melee
forth.
or range?
I am trying to decide between the two.
I'm gonna use this magic vampire sword because I'm gonna be honest, I don't want this on my sword.
Mm.
I don't blame you.
okay. So on 3. 1.
Full attack actions wherever you're moving.
Yeah.
No, he was on 1, you idiot!
It's okay. The GM just interrupted me. We're fine. We say 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys do it at the same time. I'm not making you guys actually count it out. I appreciate you
That's
guys
a nice
trying.
advantage. That's some nice advantage plus, Lorelai.
Lorelai, unfortunately, it wakes up at your hit because everybody did it all pretty much at the same time except for you. You were the very last one, and it barely dodged out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else, you hit. Good job.
Yay.
Now I need to add up the 18 from that. Please
Hey,
don't
don't
forget
forget
to
your-
add that 10 AC to you.
10 temp.
NAC, you mean 10
Yeah,
temp HP?
Yeah, that.
Dude, just imagine every time you land a hit, you get 1 AC.
That's 33 damage if it doesn't resist any of it.
Woohoo!
Wait, doesn't the necrotic only happen if you roll 20?
No,
Oh.
that's every hit.
Yeah.
Oh no,
was
it
every hit.
is on a nat 20. You're right.
Oh, it
Yeah.
is.
I just
Sorry, we
read
were
it.
fighting.
Wow.
We were fighting.
Right.
We were fighting buffed vampires. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. You know what? Just because you guys actually beat that thing, ignore the 20 bit.
Woohoo!
Make it a 15 or better on a die roll.
15 or better. All right. Yes, sir.
Not including your stats, just 15 or better.
Gotcha. Oh,
Okay, that item's a lot less broken than I thought it was. Thank you for pointing that out, Sybil. This is.
Yeah, I was like, I've definitely used one of those before. I don't think that's how this works.
It'd be
All
like
right.
Vorpal sword. Every swing that hits cuts off a head.
Yeah,
Okay.
right.
But what
that
if
sounds
like,
like something your dad would make.
what if
Yes.
every time you get a natural
Yeah, I'm
20,
sure
you
it
get
exists.
a +1 to your AC?
But no.
You mean a
just
defender?
just
Okay.
change that to a 15 or better, Mr.
I did.
Pedal. Okay.
Roll it
There
just
you
in
go.
case. Wow.
Hey. Here you go. All right, Sybil, it's your turn. This thing's still alive. But
No.
it is
Still
bloodied now.
caged.
It's
And also
bloodied now.
Cage.
It's currently running around
It's
in a
also in a
rover.
cage.
It
we
is
have
in
the
a cage,
potion,
you're right.
We got the potion.
You guys have
Yeah,
you guys
I
have
have
that
the
green vial.
Yep.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna do?
I don't think my net's gonna be very useful for this thing.
Oh no!
So please don't aim at me.
As the
I
Eldritch
close my
Blast
eyes,
just
always.
like skirts by your cheek pedal, leaving just a tiny little scratch, and it just blasts the back wall.
It hits exactly where the
You
green
have an
vial
Eldritch
was.
scar now. You
Yes,
look really
it
cool
does.
in the.
Oh, more scars on my face. Great.
But it's one of those Eldritch scars that looks really cool in like the abyss.
Oh yes, I do enjoy a nice black mark on my face every once in a while.
It burns a bit, like
Oh.
feeling wise.
That just gives you a thumbs up.
It doesn't feel like electricity, or it just feels like raw power.
Just raw
Yeah, exactly.
rub
Which is
it
why
in
I'm
your
saying it's
face.
like burning his cheek. All right, Sybil, is that your turn?
Mm-hmm.
All right, failure.
I pull up my hand, I point my finger, and as a warlock, black crackling energy blasts from my finger, and I cast
What
Eldritch
spell is she
Blast, and I
casting?
missed. That's
Dude,
and
I don't
missed.
know. It
I
could have
don't
been
have
any of them.
advantage plus, but I missed.
Yeah, you see as it like hits the thing, but it like disperses. Like it didn't get past its like armor. You were one below its AC.
Oh, I'm out of spells. This is my turn.
All right, Sprite time. You gonna put it back to sleep?
Do it, Sprite. Do it.
Oh my god.
I believe in you.
Can this sprite just keep going?
This way knocks another arrow.
Oh,
If you hit, it goes to sleep. It's
It goes
asleep.
back to sleep.
So we all team up and hit it together, right?
Uh-huh.
We all grew up and hit it till it dies.
All right, everyone, just give me your advantage plus clicks.
Woohoo!
Pew!
Is that an 18? Is that a 15 or better on your? No, it's not.
Max
So you only do the
damage.
4. You do
All right.
the 10. Sybil,
Me
you
too.
kill it with your Eldritch Blast.
Oh hell yeah!
And then I torch it.
Yeah, and then another Eldritch Blast just fucking eats it, and the Toll the Dead just disintegrates the body. There you go.
Have I told you how much I hate necromancer dungeons?
You could stand to mention it more.
Oh,
What
Perhaps I
was
should-
Oh,
that?
that
did
was
anything
terrifying.
fall from it?
Did
I'm
anything
not-
fall?
I don't recommend
Nothing
reaching through
fell
that
from it.
acidic blood.
Bastard.
All right.
There's
it's
nothing
time to
in the
move.
pile of dust and
Right.
blood.
Well,
I think down and right is a direction we haven't gone.
down and right.
Does that pressure plate, like, it's just raised now?
Yeah, it raised and then it clicked open.
Did you say noxious fumes came from this one?
There is no noxious fumes on that one.
Okay.
Something was activated or something was opened. That pressure plate
Yes.
back there.
Miko, what is in that green vial? Do you think it might be a stabilizing agent?
If we can get out of this labyrinth, I'll be able to check it. Don't.
That's the entrance.
Oculus cause. I love you, Oculus.
Mm.
He loves you too.
Is there anything
Better,
over
I
there?
made him.
I made him.
Or did
Ah.
you?
There is no noxious fumes coming from that pool of acid as well.
Anything fun over there?
Not
I
so
don't
far.
imagine.
I can't.
Oh, hang on. Stop right
We
there,
found
because I forgot to
another
reveal
chest.
something that opened earlier.
Oh shit!
Okay.
A rat.
We have found another
Boop.
chest. We have
Another
also
chest.
found another statue.
There is writing on the wall right here. Oh,
Mhm.
you can't see that. Right here.
Yeah.
That says, stricken with grief, the widow of the hero cried, eroding all below. And the statue is a lady with her hands like out wide, and her face is happy, but there's like streaks of erosion underneath her eyes.
Okay. I'll relay the message to the people near me.
Also, this acid right here, also no noxious fumes.
It appears, yes, we found another chest. We found a statue. There are those words on the wall.
And what is the first word upon a sacrifice allows exit
What's this?
from this place?
It's
But
a pile of
the-
bones.
Okay.
Oh, that, yeah. the sacrifice.
This does have noxious fumes. Oh god, I didn't mean to paste whatever I pasted.
We didn't see it.
Noxious fumes.
To whoever's familiar, found the statue. Is it movable? Is it like on something? Or is it
I
just
would
in one of
rather
those
not
rooms?
Have
Don't touch
empathy
it,
touch
but-
it.
Don't touch it.
It is
just
also
like-
standing on a magic circle like
Arms
the
are
others.
out.
Ah.
The arms are outstretched. It's on a magic area, just like other statues. So the eyes appear to be crying, but they have a smile on their face.
Hmm.
It's just an ominously disgusting statue.
Well,
Your version of
guess we're gonna have to
disgusting
go over
or
there to-
our version of disgusting failure?
Mind what you're asking to be offensive.
Sorry.
hey, Jen, can I get along the wall on this side right here?
You're gonna need to make a dex check.
Hmm.
The acid pool inside doesn't look too hard to get past, but this initial one is.
Indeed, and if there's something we have to
Chance,
finagle
Yes.
over there.
did you say there were noxious fumes coming from this one as well?
Yep. That's the
Oh.
only one in here that you guys have seen that has noxious fumes coming from it.
Well, it looks as though we have discovered this entire dungeon. We just need to find out what that statue and chest do.
So the only statues left are this one and the pseudo dragon,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
All right. Well,
And I believe the pseudo dragon one will probably be more accessible once we finish this one, or at least with that vial.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, how do we get across that safely? Anybody have any ideas?
Not until I sleep.
Hmm. Well, then
We could jump.
We
We
could
could.
have. I don't know. That seems like a good 15-foot gap. I don't think that's humanly possible.
There is some along the wall here you can skirt across, but you do have to make a small jump, about like 3 feet.
Sybil, we have more reagents for Find Familiar. Could your familiar open that chest?
Don't know if that would be strong enough, but maybe.
Send in the fairy.
All
Well,
right.
what you do is that you go up to the chest and then you cast a touch spell and just destroy it.
It's a fireball.
We would need spell slots to do that. I want to just in case, I want to put my foot where an invisible bridge would be, since everything around us looks pristine, like over the acid. I want to like try to like carefully press my foot there to see if there's anything there.
Your foot. I'm assuming you're thinking like a raised up bridge.
Like a flat with the ground bridge.
Okay. As soon as your foot presses down where that bridge would be, it does stop, but your foot is in this acid, but it's not burning.
I think this acid might be safe now that the area is pristine.
Safe acid?
As soon as you stepped in it and didn't take damage, all of it just disappears.
The
It
freaking
fades
illusion
away.
magic.
I
I'm glad
hate
I'm
necromancer.
glad I'm
dungeons.
glad I tested that. You know what this means? That means that all of them that don't have noxious fumes are fake. Then the ones with noxious fumes are real.
The fake ones are fake and the real ones are fake.
Yeah.
I was just waiting for one of you to fail a fucking dex check and fall in.
That's
and
what
find that
out of character. That's kind of what I felt like was going to happen. So I was like,
I see bones.
Bones.
Is this
what happened?
noxious?
Jesus.
Oh
we
God,
have-
Pedal! Stop going out of bounds.
I did not mean to do that.
We have.
The
how about you
bones
move
are
your
also
token one at a-
disappeared.
I will test this acid real quick with my shoe.
Okay, you step in it, you hear a sizz, and then it all just fades away.
Shit.
Ass.
I guess.
Okay, yeah, Sybil, thank you for going ahead of me for no reason.
I'm taking my fucking time.
That was
I heard.
stinky. Is
Yeah,
that one
it's the
stinky? I don't remember.
This is where we were talking about. No, the one to the northwest is the noxious one. This one's fine.
What's this?
This one does not have any fumes.
So
So,
Which one of you is
Staring
going
at-
to go open the chest?
Failure.
I have one of the higher armor. I just don't.
or
have
I
a
could just
fight.
use mage hand.
Okay.
exactly.
But what if it's trapped?
Then
So I'm
Mage
going to
The other two chests haven't been trapped yet. One was perfectly fine. One was a mimic. What if this one's trapped?
It's possible, but under the same token, the only way that we could get over there. You tested this acid, right? This isn't here anymore. Or?
No, we did not test the acid yet, but
Alright,
it does
I
not
will-
smell.
I'm going to test the acid because I'm not going to be the one that steps forward and falls face first into it.
Okay. As soon as you step your foot down, it sizzles. You feel the heat and it disappears.
Okay. I'm going to look. I'm going to be careful leading up to it so I don't like step on a pressure plate or something.
Okay. Give me investigation checks along the way.
Alright. How many investigation checks?
Let's just say one.
Okay.
I don't want to bog you down.
20.
18.
23.
You step
actually.
lightly through here enough to where if you think there's a trap, then you definitely avoided it.
Mm.
Anybody wish to help me?
Sure. I'll,
I will prepare an Eldritch Blast.
We'll step
As I see failure doing that, I'll be like, yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll
And I'll do
prepare
it.
to the dead.
Okay.
If it
You guys are
does
holding
something.
actions. And Petal, you're giving her the help action.
Yes, sir.
Alright, give me that investigation.
1
not-
billion.
I'm not just gonna shoot if I see teeth. I need to see it attack someone.
So
Okay.
the first one.
Yeah, it could just be a 2D chest.
I have advantage.
You believe that the chest is fine. You don't seem to find any triggers or anything.
All right.
Damn
Well,
DM and his DC
Here
20
we,
checks.
here we start. Here we start. The same thing that I was going to do before the pseudopod attacked. I'm gonna step back.
I look, I watch it very carefully as I step back.
Just say
As you
take the
step
disengage
away,
action.
nothing happens.
Ah.
I'm gonna hold on. I'm
I
gonna.
turn he turns his back.
All right.
I turn
I'm going to be maximum distance away.
Okay.
Yeah, good idea.
I'm gonna cast Mage Hand to open it up.
This chest head seems to be heavier than the other one, so it takes a little longer to get open. But it opens up and nothing comes out. But the
I'm going
insides of
to-
this chest look like a nice, like, red velvet from the lid that you can see.
I'm going to give it like 5 careful seconds of just staring at it.
Yeah.
Like a
I'll look at
bomb.
you.
Like a dud bomb firework, you wait extra long because it always goes off right when you think it's been long enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I take a step forward and prepare for something to happen.
I'm gonna just wait behind you.
Nothing
Okay.
happens as you take a step forward.
Yeah. I peek in.
What you see inside is a ebony staff. It is extremely
shiny.
polished and very well made.
More things for Nico.
An ebony
yeah.
staff.
Well,
That is
Yeah.
It
all
might be
that's in
something
here.
for you guys too.
It looks
I
like
mean,
it's
really-
like there's like holding points in this chest for this staff. And like I said, the entire inside is like this red velvet, just super fine material.
What's the likelihood that we could just take this chest? A nice
That's a heavy
chest.
heavy chest. I'm not carrying that chest if you want to take it.
We could put all of our bed supplies into it.
We still have to carry the chest. It would be worse, but anyway, I'll pick the staff up and I'll test it out as a walking stick and see how sturdy it is. No,
It is
I'll
not
give it
tall
to
enough
Nico.
to use as a
I
walking
will-
stick in the normal way. Maybe like a cane, but it's like a
I
half,
will,
half staff.
All right.
So you'd say it's a rod?
No, it's a little too long to be a rod.
Gotcha. Oh,
By the
I mean,
way-
I can just go and check everything that we've picked
So
up
what is
here.
that now? Now that would be a pearl, a rod, and a staff. No, 2 staffs that we have to identify altogether now.
Well, let's see. We have armor. We have a mace.
oh yes,
we
the armor and
have
mace.
everything that we've picked up inside those rooms.
That's true.
This place
What do
is
you
crazy.
think
Oh, don't
is the
forget my
secret to
armor.
this statue?
That's what I'm
No,
saying.
no, we got the armor. The statue. Put the green vial in its hands.
No, if this hand's closed, that would be most unwise. What if the green
Oh,
vial is
the
used
hand.
to make acid not acidic anymore?
Is it possible that the ebony staff goes into it?
Her hands
Maybe.
seem like they are cupped and flat. Like her fingers are all conjoined together,
Mhm,
and there's a slight
nice.
cup to it, but they're just at her sides, like palms out.
Hey, what about this black death potion I found?
All right.
Sybil, where are you
we have
going? Oh, God!
Who?
I have remembered something.
Sybil, stop sprinting for the DM's sake.
I move 1 square at a time very quickly.
One
you ever
square at a
tried-
time.
It doesn't
That's-
update on people's screens unless you go tap, tap,
That's what I'm
Tap.
doing.
tap.
What are you
No.
doing?
I am remembering something.
Remembering something. That's ominous. Hey, where'd that blind one go?
What's
is-
that, Chance?
That
baby.
right there, that's an old rusted mace.
Ooh.
It looks like it's been eaten away quite a bit.
And there are noxious fumes at these pools, right?
Yes, there is.
Never mind.
This is assassin. That's more acid.
Chance, the hands. You said the hands are like flat and cupped. Are they cupped like that? You could pour liquid into them.
Yes.
If you put the hands together, yes.
Oh, can I
Uh,
touch it?
the hands do move together. It seems there's joints at her elbow and shoulders that move.
Okay.
So should we
what
try
did that
first with?
poem say?
I pour water into her hands with a water skin.
Okay, her hands are now wet with water. The
Oh,
water
damn.
drips out because they are not malleable like normal people hands.
Okay.
They are stone. The water does cup in her hands, but it kind of like spills out since there's no like flesh to actually keep that seal.
How
Oh,
big
what's-
is that pearl you found that isn't worth 200?
I don't know. How big is it?
It's kind of I'd say it's like about an inch by an inch.
So the
Gotcha.
hands are cupped a bit too much for that to be.
Yeah.
What does this word say again?
Stricken with grief, the widow of the hero cried, eroding all below.
So what if we just got acid and poured it down her eyes?
That's-
Well, it's
Oh.
already a little eroded.
I'm gonna be honest. What I think exactly is gonna happen if we pour that, whatever that green juice is, into her hands, it will then start coming out of her eyes.
Can you give me a minute then?
Mm-hmm.
But we don't know what the. Yes, I pointed Nico. Yes, if we don't know what the potion is, it could be useful for getting rid of acid instead. We don't want to mess
Maybe.
up dungeons.
If you'll give me a minute, I can take a look at it, see if it's
Go for it.
an idea of what it is. All right,
Take your time.
and I'm going to do identify as a
Okay.
ritual. However, because of my subclass, it only takes a minute. It does not add 10.
Woohoo!
Okay. What are you identifying? The vial?
The stuff in the green, the green stuff in the vial.
That is a 3-minute use of acid immunity.
I knew
Acid
it.
immunity. Acid immunity. We do not want to put this on her.
Ah,
Good.
yes. See,
What about this Black Death one then?
I can
Swirl
cast
that
it again. Like I said, it would just be ritual for another minute.
Okay. While you guys are figuring it out, I'm just going to let Nico just identify all the items.
Cool. Works for me.
Okay. That Black Death that you called it
Black
is
Death
a necrotic resistance potion.
would have been fucking useful.
Yeah, I would have. That black staff is a Mabaron ebony staff. You can look that up in the 5e tools. To
Mabaron?
give it
Spell Mabaron.
Mabaran.
I just looked up ebony. It was easier.
Baron.
The Baron.
Ebony
Is it
staff.
for the warlocks?
It
Is
is a +1 to necrotic damage for your spells. It is an arcane focus.
All right.
what's the cracked
What-
staff?
The crack staff is a cracked staff of fate.
Man, what?
That sounds like.
It is only a +1 and only has 3 charges.
What does it
The
do?
normal one is a +3 and has like 9 charges.
6.
Yeah.
How long was the necrotic resistance from the Black Death potion?
1 minute.
Permanent.
I just wanted to be able to write these down.
Yeah.
And is this Eldritch energy rod a rod of the Pact Keeper?
It is.
No. Oh.
Aha. Which
Uh,
plus?
Just +1.
Okay.
That mithril plate is just +1 mithril plate.
So that,
That-
odd rod was the pack keeper.
That's kind of what I
That
assumed
mace is Lightbringer.
That's not
Is the
bad.
name of the mace.
Okay.
And the armor, was that anything special? I didn't.
It's just mithril +1.
That's our +1. Okay. You're fine with the armor. That's a cool mace. These Staves are pretty good. This black staff is good for necrotic spells. This cracked one is a little bit weaker than it would be if it was fully mended, but it's still pretty good. A staff of fate. The Black Death is a necrotic resistance potion. I'm gonna take a look at the odd aura pearl next.
Okay, that is a pearl of detect undead.
Wow.
You know, items that would have been useful if you came to these areas first.
Yeah, you know.
hey, we didn't go to the obvious boss room door. Petal did.
I know.
Does it say if this mace needs attunement? If it's in the thing?
I'm looking for it and I can't seem to find it.
I have 2 more that I have written down. Just checking to see if there's anything special about a holy symbol that we picked up by the bed in the nightstand.
Okay, Lightbringer. Cloak?
The only thing that is magic from that room is that compass.
Mask, damn.
And then there is another thing though that I wanted to look, and that was the compass. I wanted to do an identify on the compass looking thing.
Okay, that is a compass of planal tears. What it does, it will show which type of plane is the tear for and where in the immediate 500 feet it is.
Damn, son, what'd you find there?
Sorry, not
can
500
find the
feet.
time.
5 miles. 5 miles.
We can find the time portal.
You know what? I snapped my fingers. I solved the puzzle. I move her hands up to her face to cover her eyes.
That makes the circle glow underneath it as soon as you move it up to his face.
I hate you, Petal.
Sorry, took me a minute.
Why do you hate Petal?
Because I hate you and I want to blame someone that's not the DM.
It was simple, okay? This is your first dungeon. It was simple as fuck.
That acid pool before we got this potion was not simple as fuck.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't supposed to be.
It was you need an acid resistance potion.
It was I sure do hope Petal can lift a statue all on his own. You know, if we were barbarian orcs, we wouldn't have this problem.
I'm just testing something out.
I can't find Lightbringer anywhere.
So which of the 2 staves should Sybil get?
I found it in 5e tools.
Oh, I'd say the fate one.
Okay.
That one's pretty funny.
It's in
Alright.
Lost
This one
Plane
is-
of Pandelver.
Lost Mines of Fandelver.
Are you fine with
It
that?
doesn't say anything about needing a tuning.
This weapon. Nope, it's just a.
Oh, it's one word. That's why I couldn't find it. Yeah, no. You know how to activate it. While glowing, it deals an extra 1d6 radiant.
Yep.
Yeah.
That also would have been helpful against the vampire, but
Yeah. And it glows as bright as a torch, so now we just have a torch.
All right.
Does it say how long it doesn't say how long it glows.
It just says it glows forever.
Yeah. It basically treats it as a torch, and then while it's glowing, it just does it.
And you can tell it to not glow because we're being stealthy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or we can just walk through town with it glowing to show everyone our power.
or someone could use the on-off spell and turn your mace off.
No! No! The most OP cantrip in the game! And I'm a warlock!
Alright.
So this pearl is a pearl of detect undead. Would have been helpful a bit ago, but
I detect undead. You don't need that. We can sell that.
and
If you
this
detect
one
so much undead, why did you open that door?
Hmm.
Don't you need contact in order to start sneezing?
10 feet generally. 5 feet.
and then
Did you pretend you didn't hear me?
Hmm?
and then this, and I'm holding up the compass. This will tell us where we can find
The time
planar
portal. Oh.
planar tears.
Tears.
Oh, that
Oh.
Would
would
the
be
time
cool.
would the time portal be a planar tear?
Maybe.
That would most
Possibly.
likely make
As
sense.
you're looking at it, there is a blue dot on this green screen.
Ooh.
Did you just give us a Dragon Ball Z radar?
No.
Dragon Balls.
Why did you say no with such pause?
Because I knew someone would draw the reference to that, and I honestly didn't intend it.
God damn it. The Dragon
Someone-
Radar!
Oh wait, can we get an actual dragon radar? I want to know where dragons are in 5 miles. I can
Later,
avoid those.
Once you can fight them, I will.
No.
Yes. No, we want to avoid them. Give it to us now.
Well, then.
I think we should all be moved to the acid area.
Yeah. I think it's
Yeah.
time we get.
I got you,
Yeah.
fams.
Don't nobody move their tokens.
Okay. Yeah. So I can delete it from my
Shift Z.
miscellaneous
Shift
notes.
click, I mean. Shift click.
Who should I?
I'm going to once
Who's
I
taking-
get over
who's taking
here.
my stuff?
There we go.
Who's taking
Oh.
the stuff?
Which
Taking
stuff?
which stuff?
Who wants the staff of fate? Who wants the ebony staff?
Oh, I feel like Nico would be best with the ebony staff, as Sybil keeps talking about fate all the time.
I do. It's because I talk to them.
It's
And
true.
the rod has black feathers on it, so I will take that.
No, yeah, that does fit you. That's funny.
What
Okay,
was
the staff
rod?
of fate. The cracked staff of fate will go to.
I take it and I hold it.
I hold it out with my manly voice as I am a female character.
I don't have to do the voice all the
Ignum just starts channeling through Sybil.
time. Yo, what if I change her voice to be like weirdly deep because she speaks through a fucking crow?
Ah,
Crows
sure.
don't have deep voices. Nice
How do you
fucking
know?
try. Have you ever heard a crow talk?
Yes.
It sounds like this. Like this.
It really depends.
Ah.
They do mimics. They can do deep
I'm
voice.
talking about the big ones.
Anyway,
I was
which
doing
one
a
of
deep
us,
crow voice.
wants to walk across the acid pit?
I look at you with the saddest look on my face, like you know it's you.
I don't want to walk across the acid pit.
Don't worry. Once you come back
I'll
out,
take
gladly
the-
you.
Look, I will take the potion of resistance.
You also
I
are the
have
one with the
magic
magic
armor. I can do it.
Are you sure I'll have tea waiting for you if you do it?
I'll do it.
Ah, but I feel rude making you do it. You don't have to.
My armor was able to resist black ooze.
And
How-
my
how
body
about this?
was. not
I have a
resistant to
better. How
vampire's
about we
bite.
use that X crate for you two to arm wrestle?
Well, we do need to be strong enough in order to lift it.
You
in order
know
to
what?
lift the statue.
That is a surprisingly cheery idea in this gloomy cave.
I
dungeon.
squint at you.
Sorry,
Cheery.
dreary idea. Let's arm wrestle.
All right.
Dreary.
that'll
I
just
meant,
be a strength
I meant
check?
dreary.
Yeah,
Okay.
if you have athletics, you can use that.
Huzzah!
If not, then just a strength check.
Ah,
No
it's two
advantage plus.
Too many pluses. It's 18.
It was the first
It's still
one.
22.
anyway.
It was the very first one. So, ooh, it's very, it's
okay.
very close. You two are like
Ah.
at a standstill for like a solid minute before Pedal, you finally
I'm
win.
gonna. Oh wait, I haven't attuned to a symbol.
Bad, bad news, Pedal. I didn't say if the winner or loser was the one that had to drink the acid potion.
Wait. Which one?
If you won, that means you're stronger and you have to go do it.
What?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
I give you the potion.
I mean, if I won, I was going to do it.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like I said, it only lasts for 3 minutes, so be
Hmm.
careful.
I will uncork.
You guys have the
this
same
bottle.
plus too on your
I know.
athletics.
I go over here, I'll uncork the bottle and right before I start getting toxic nose gas up my nose, I'm about to
Be
pound
careful,
this thing.
Nico.
Okay.
I'm about to pound
But
every last
this-
drop.
This tastes so bitter. And it's like ooze, like out of like those fucking like toxic waste containers that you would buy
Thick
from like
water.
yeah, thicker than thick water.
Uh,
Oh god. Thick water. Thick
Is
coffee.
it like
Like
is it like
literally that toxic ooze, like slime that you would get out of those like toys from like an arcade.
Oh god.
That is
God.
that is what you're drinking right now.
or oobleck chance?
And then you feel it take effect over you, and you feel floaty
my stomach.
and a bit high.
All right, I walk towards the gas.
You are in the
Reminding
gas. You're
Hmm.
breathing just fine.
Please don't be neck deep.
Every coup-
and I'll take a
Every
step
couple of
down.
breaths, you have an urge to sneeze, and you sneeze up like solid acid, and it just plops into this water.
Oh God!
Guys, this is really gross. I don't know why we're watching.
How deep is it?
Oh,
Suppose
it's
we could just
you
let
are
him
you're
die.
you're up to your like shoulders, and you're swimming in this stuff.
It sucks.
It's
so
warm.
thick.
It's warm. It's really thick.
Eh.
It takes you half a minute to even swim across those 3 feet or those 15 feet.
All right.
Pedal, that took you a long time. You should hurry up with
This
this.
That was
sucks.
30
I know.
seconds.
I know. It took a little bit. Okay, I'll climb myself up.
You are covered in this stuff. Your clothes are fine, by the way.
Oh, that's nice. Thank God. I shake myself off a little bit, and then I'll go to this here sooty
You don't
dragon
have time to
statue.
shake yourself off.
Give me a moment, and I'll push this thing up into its right place.
Okay, you just realign it with the holes, and as soon as you click it in, this circle starts humming, and I need to know, is anybody willing? If not, they need to make a wisdom saving throw.
I'm willing, but only if it's not for me to die to acid.
You can't tell one way or the other. You need to be willing or not.
Uh,
Sybil, stop moving!
I guess I'm willing.
I will fucking stab you, Sybil.
I don't know where everyone went.
I
They went up
Yes,
north.
you
You can
do!
see them.
I don't know. Everybody
So, is everybody willing, or are they gonna make a wisdom saving throw?
I'm willing.
Sure, I'm willing.
Well,
Yeah,
we
like-
were here for a time portal and we solved all the puzzles and beat the boss, so I think we should probably be willing.
Actually, I'm willing.
Nico?
back with you.
I'll be willing.
Okay, I'm getting you all together because it's a very
Okay,
tight
party
space that I'm
wipe.
moving you two.
Exactly
what
what
I
I was thinking.
It
all
was your
willingly-
acids fill. It was your acids filled with your lungs filled with acid. Yay!
Oh, hey, we're in the room. We're in the room.
Well, this is a weird.
You are
study.
in the room. This sigil on the floor is glowing and humming with
I want the dagger.
insane amount of power. All right, you pick up the dagger. It's a normal dagger.
Okay, I push it aside. I read the notes.
Okay. It's a bunch of spell research, and what's in front of you is a lot of very high-end spell regents, and there is actually 2 tuning forks here.
Hey, I know those. Those things are good.
Tuning forks.
Why are they good?
Well, okay, I know out of character.
There
I
you
feel
go.
like I would know in character because
I suppose.
No, those spells don't exist.
What?
Like I
Uh,
said,
I will-
level 7 is the cap for the prime material.
I will
Right.
give Nico a tuning fork, and I will keep a tuning fork.
All right,
I'm
one
gonna ping it.
one has very watery designs. The other is odd. There's no real way to explain it.
Who
I'll
takes
take-
the odd one?
I'll take the odd one.
All right, I'll take the watery one.
That way, if anything bad happens, it happens to me. And I like dread.
What's on this back shelf?
There's a bunch of other spell research notes and 2 scrolls.
Here, Nico, you want these spell research notes on this table?
I'll check those
I'll go-
scrolls.
I'll go.
Probably all these spell reagents.
I'll take a look through the table.
Okay,
How do you
the
walk
notes that
onto
are
it?
currently here is a bunch of spell notes on planar travel.
More talk about planar travel.
I've
Yes.
already done that.
And all the other books on the shelves are more research notes on the same exact spell. It seems whoever is here is developing a spell for planar travel.
I'm gonna slip the information into my
Nico
pocket.
scoops the reagents into a bag like a madwoman.
Mine.
Those are disgusting,
What
but I will take a look at them.
kind of scrolls are these? Can I read them?
You can't read them. They're arcane scrolls.
I squint at them.
Is everything okay, Petal? Petal?
Hmm?
Good. No.
Petal?
Huh?
Petal,
Are you okay?
Yeah, sorry. I can't read this.
I look over his shoulder,
Magic.
and then I'm like, oh yeah, that's one of eyes.
Magic has its own. Well, that doesn't make any sense.
the warlocks
Oh,
could
trust
read this as well as the wizard. Those are the
You
only
don't
three that
want.
can.
You don't want to.
I'm just,
Take,
I would
take that
highly.
out of his hands.
The one
take
that
it.
Petal has is Nustel's magic aura.
oh,
It's a very common magic spell, very low level.
Take that out of his
I-
hands.
I hand it to Nico.
The other scroll is very fancy looking. It's not unrolled yet.
I unroll it.
Okay. This scroll is beyond your understanding currently.
I clutch my head and I drop the scroll. Ah! My understanding, it's beyond.
I'm gonna,
Well,
I'm gonna pick
your
it up.
nose is bleeding from trying to read the scroll, so yes.
I'm going to pick it up.
You all right then?
Are you gonna roll it up, or are you gonna try and read it?
I don't know.
Do I know that if a nosebleed is occurring after reading it, that it's probably dangerous to?
That's beyond any spell you've heard of so far.
I'm just gonna.
Hashtag roll it up.
I'll roll it up later. I'll roll it up and read it later when it's a little less,
Okay.
little more less dangerous.
When it's a little less bloody.
Yep.
Okay.
Well,
Uh,
I'm gonna be
in this
honest.
room, besides the stuff that you have discovered, which is everything I placed in this room, there is on the wall a extremely reflective shield that you all can see yourselves in.
What does the compass
Oh,
say?
that's shiny.
I wave at the shield.
Nico,
I take a look at the
This is
compass.
Shield of Jack Saint.
Jack. Who?
Oh, one of those new gods, right?
Oh,
Yes.
that the defense god, right?
Yes, he has a polished shield as his thing.
Oh.
I mean,
Well,
if he's a
whoever was
defense
working on
god, that
this-
makes sense. It would be most
That-
annoying if they had a dirty shield.
The
Mm.
on the compass, it looks like it's maybe just a hair northwest of you.
How about now?
Hmm.
Or no, sorry, northwest. So it'd be
Yeah.
where I was standing.
It doesn't move. Or if it did, it moves so little you can't tell.
Oh no! What if we're too far down or up?
Oh, that would be annoying. So,
I will.
I see.
I
the
look.
shield.
I look up actually.
The
I
ceiling
look
is a
down.
stone ceiling.
Damn.
I'm
the floor.
gonna take a look at the reagents on the table.
It seems like none of them would be useful in planar travel. More so that they were there to enhance his research. Or-
Is this shield
Or-
like
I guess,
an
but-
Is this
more-
shield like an actual shield-size shield, or is it like big on purpose to be a mirror?
It looks like it's supposed to be a mirror.
Okay.
Mm,
Like it's like, is it shield size or is it too big?
Let's say it's like a bay mirror.
So it is massive.
It's very big, yes.
Okay.
So who wants to move the mirror?
Oh, have you ever
give
tried
me
just
help.
putting your hand through it?
putting my what through the mirror? It's
I mean,
Yeah,
I
I'll
have.
do
I
Solid.
I'm the only one here that's planar traveled, I believe.
The mirror is on this wall, by the way.
So
I shrug.
there's a lot of stuff in this room.
I like
know.
to think. I like to think that we all stare at this wall, going, "There's a mirror here."
That wall is very interesting. Oh, the shield? No, don't
That's
mind.
how reflective it was. We just thought this was the wall, that was the mirror.
It's fair. It's fair. You're fine. You're fine.
I'll do that awkward thing where my hand will dink against it if it doesn't go through it.
As soon as you touch the mirror, a blinding light encompasses you all. And you are teleported
To hell.
to here.
Teleporting.
Blind and already blind person.
Your crow got blinded.
Where's empathy?
Oh, sorry. Just drag them onto you.
Okay.
Sybil, I will drag one of your people onto
I
you.
got it.
There you go. Okay.
Why is teleporting so
Oh, I
right?
think this is
Uh,
the time place.
And as you're standing here, you're looking up at the statue who also has an extremely reflective shield.
Hmm.
Oh, aren't you shiny?
Is that reflective shield supposed to be the god of defense? Or the statue,
likely.
I mean.
I've only been to that church once.
I've never been
Are
to
you?
that church.
Did you open that door, Sybil?
No, I just bumped against it because I wanted
Okay.
to know what if it was a door.
Okay.
I want to look at this statue. It's just a statue.
Yeah, it just seems like a generic statue.
Now,
I-
I'll raise my hands. Everybody, before we just go further
I
breaking
think you
it
mean
down,
Sybil.
specifically Sybil.
Sybil, please.
I turn around. What? Huh?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Let's
Does this
sit
place
together.
look lived in?
Oh yeah, the torches are going, the fire's going. It's
No.
daytime out right now.
I promise I will not touch what is on the table with anything but my eyes.
That
That's
is
fair.
just a crystal ball that's used for divination and the like.
Well, I'm talking about like I'm looking at the bookshelves, the books
Oh,
on the
Sybil.
table.
You might have use for the crystal ball if someone doesn't own it, but we should find out if someone lives here.
Is this a door?
It is a door.
Of course, it's a door.
Can I knock on it?
Stupid.
Yeah, you can knock on it. You hear nothing come back out.
Hello?
Let's knock on some other doors.
I want to read.
Like the staircases of it.
Quick.
that too.
Passive perception or active perception check for me. Everyone.
How about I
Sybil.
roll perception?
Petal. Sybil and Petal. And Lorelei.
Damn.
You all hear footsteps
Wow.
coming up the stairs.
Everyone but me and Nico, huh? Okay.
Yeah, I'm
The
reading.
DC was 25 to hear footsteps coming upstairs, okay?
I'm gonna skip. I'm skipping
I
over.
grab, do not.
What?
Don't go anywhere.
Also, I need to let you guys know I couldn't find a good enough token for this man, so I'm just going to describe him.
Let's make it really obvious we weren't snooping around and we just showed up here.
Yes. So don't
Read.
go anywhere.
Just a
So I'm gonna use a token that's very ominous, but it's not what he looks like.
Gotcha,
So
the wizard.
I'm just gonna put that guy there.
God.
Oh wait, no, that's on the wrong layer, token layer.
It's the wizard.
It is a man with short black, like a bowl cut, black hair, a pointy goatee with, like the old time fencer goatee with like the curly Q mustache
Yeah, yeah. He's
and like the pointed like soul patch. He's in black robes and he has thick brimmed glasses on as he looks up at you all. Oh, what are you all
Hi.
doing back here?
Nico, is this the time god?
I look up from the pages that I was looking at. Huh?
By the way, you would all recognize Baxter.
Baxter.
Oh, Baxter.
Who?
You know the guy we found in the woods.
The guy who he had to free.
Oh.
Wait, Baxter, this is your place? Hold on.
Yes, it is. It's good to see you all again.
What year is it?
It's
Oh.
1505.
Again.
Wait, is he wearing the patch?
I was saying, is he wearing the patch?
He's wearing
that
a
was-
patch of Oxcliff as the
Oh.
Royal
No,
Court Mage.
Robin Bell gave us his patch.
Oh wait, you're correct.
Baxter
Right.
we met and saved him.
No. This
Oh,
Right,
he
is
right,
gave you a
right.
patch too.
Huh?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
No,
So
this
it's
is the man that-
1505.
Yeah.
It's
1505.
1505, yes.
We're from 1491.
Yes.
I say out loud, not in character. I'm just trying to tell us
Okay.
out of character.
He
Oh,
just kind of
John
looks
Paul was
down the
another
stairs and
yes.
back at you. I just saw you all leave. What are you doing back here already?
I'll leave. We just
Baxter,
got
this is
here.
the first time we've been here.
Shut up! I
What?
say very loudly as I look at you.
Your forehead.
Well, I
You really must be
Don't be
the
rude.
most daft, stupid person I've ever met.
Oh, I understand now. You're here for the time portal.
Yes.
To
If
speak
you
with
just
the
go
time
through
god.
that room right there, and he points to this door.
Why do you have the time?
Which door?
This one.
This
back
one
here.
down here.
Oh, in the corner. Okay.
There is a magic circle that will activate the time portal for you. But I must ask why you're here for it.
To speak to the time god.
Why?
Because we believe there's been some time ripples.
I can assure you, I've kept a very close eye on the thing.
Well,
Wow.
you've done a terrible job.
I'll tell you that.
He gestures to everything in the room. Obviously not. I've come quite far in my studies.
What
No,
you're showing
no.
me has no meaning because the reason we're here is for exactly what we said.
All right, very well. Just go in there and pour arcane energy into the runes, and it will activate the portal for you.
shouldn't we rest first?
Why? Are we going to fight a god?
No, we're not going to fight a god.
It was
However,
sarcasm. I was
I
taught
would
that by
like
some
to
children.
look presentable. But no, we can go if
I am rather.
I hate to be a bother.
You
Okay,
are all
guys.
going to a certain sort of heaven, so you should be fine the way you are. Unless what your heaven is combat, then you should be fine.
No. Oh, then let's go.
Here, I can at least do this, and I'm going to press the digitate everyone.
Okay, you clean everyone up.
Uh,
Sybil's still
Alright.
clean from before last time. Did
It's a
that
good
to her.
question. I feel like there's a different heaven for people in the Shadowfell than there is for followers of the Raven Queen, even though those are two very similar things.
There is different heavens for them.
Hmm.
In fact, the people of the Shadowfell who don't follow the Raven Queen don't have an afterlife.
Ah,
Damn,
Because they are
son.
beings of that place. Only the people from the Prime Material have an afterlife. That is common knowledge to you.
my poor sister. At least I get to hang out with my brother.
There you go. He starts walking on over and
can I
unlocks
can
the door for you.
Can I take a word with Baxter real quick? Just gonna have a word with him. I wonder if I could have a
Sure,
word
you
with this
come over to
Word.
Baxter and have a word with him.
Hey Baxter, just before everyone else is over here, I'll just PM you because I'll probably write it and show it to him because I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, I hope you. I
Alright,
hope
that's
your
fine.
stealth check beats our passive perception.
Good thing I fucking wrote it in a book.
I hope your stealth check for hiding writing is better than our passive perception.
So,
I am gonna need a stealth check from you, just so you know.
That's fine.
so run by me
Awkwardly
again
secretive.
why we're meeting the time god.
Because these letting holes not letting. There are possible situations outside of our control that he could probably fix since it's within his domain as a god to do
Well,
so.
I understand that, and I am aware that we are a few years in the future again.
Mm-hmm.
Shh.
Since you all are passively observing, you can tell Sybil's writing something she doesn't want you guys to see down. But you can't tell what she is writing.
Okay.
I give her an untrusting glare and then I move on.
Okay. But Baxter seems
Now,
to
if you guys
have
choose to
enough
active
knowledge
perception
and
after
was
that,
the
that's
one
your
who
choice.
told us about it originally. I think
Well,
we
if
could
I'm
get a little
passing
more
by,
information.
if I'm passing by and I have no care for boundaries, personal boundaries, yeah, sure.
Okay.
Sure.
Nat 20.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ, yeah, we get to see what I fucking wrote.
Can I see all the little engravings, please? No, shit.
just send
How
it
does
to
she
both
dot
me
her
and Devin.
eyes? How do you dot your eyes?
That's very.
You put
my
a little
handwriting
heart.
is absolutely atrocious.
It is
But-
atrocious. Think of a blind person learning how to write for the first time.
Okay, but
There
do you
go.
put hearts on your eyes so that you can tell where they are better?
No,
He puts little
I don't
eyes on his
I don't
eye.
even dot my eyes. There's just like a line.
All right, yeah, just type it out and send it to both me and Devin.
Okay.
Oh, you did.
Yeah, I did. I'll just do it to Devin.
You didn't send it to me.
Hold on. There, that's what I wrote.
Okay.
Didn't mean to step onto that. I meant to go around that.
He just kind of gives you a quizzical look, and he just goes, "I don't believe I know who that is."
Oh. But you said you just. Oh. Well, that's not good. All right, Baxter.
Let's make a nice pentagram.
Have a good
Get up there. Get right
rest
up
of
there.
your life.
Lorelai.
Pat him on the shoulder.
He pats you on the
Well,
shoulder. Sorry, I couldn't be of
yeah,
more help,
nice-
but yes, all of
nice
you just need to
pentagram.
put arcane energy in, or just the ones who have it, and it will open up the rift.
Or actually, would it
Huh.
be to the left of Lorelai? Probably would, wouldn't it? This pentagram is weird. Anyway,
Yeah. Okay. So, all I need is an Arcana check from those with arcane energy.
An Arcana
Okay.
check.
Yeah.
okay, but mine's not arcane though. Mine's like eldritch.
I got
Yours
a
is
nice
arcane.
10.
Fuck off.
I got a nice 10.
Oh hell yeah!
Damn,
Isn't this
son,
everything you wanted it to be, DM?
None of you are quite sure how to channel arcane energy without casting a spell.
No shit. I learned how to cast
I
like
know.
a week or two ago.
I know.
Yeah.
He just
Wow,
comes up and
really low
he just
level.
comes up and goes, "Oh, okay." And he leans down and just powers the whole thing up for you.
How do you do that?
There-
I
need
want to
know.
watch him. I want to watch him.
I,
How does he do it?
Okay.
Well, I imagine
it seems like he.
heal you.
I
It seems
actively
like-
perceive him doing this.
Okay. What you guys can tell is he is casting a cantrip, but he's stopping before the last word and letting the energy just dissipate out of his hands.
Okay, I do it with booming blade. I stab the blade into the ground.
Well, the portal's already active when he does this.
Plus, it would
So you,
ruin the.
so you go to
fucking
stab
circle.
and you fall through the portal.
And this is now opened up to a odd portal that you just see stars through.
I'm gonna
Like,
look
you
at my
know-
compass.
It's right on the center. The little blue dot.
Woohoo!
Huh? Does it say like which portal this is?
It's a blue dot.
Hey, you know, Baxter, we should really sit down for breakfast
said
sometime.
that I
Anyway, see you
couldn't
later.
know.
I'll step through this epic star portal.
Oh,
I'd go
Sorry,
first.
what'd you
thank
say?
you for your time,
We
Baxter.
should stop for breakfast at some point, and then I step through this awkward,
Yeah, we
really
go
cool
through.
time.
We get
portal.
in there. We go.
Whatever
we
it
all
is, we go in.
We hold hands. We all go.
Hey.
Oh
Alright.
no, we don't.
And
I
with that,
hesitate
we're going to take the
beforehand.
break now before we go to the other side.
Do we take a lot
I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember Baxter.
Oh, that's
He
your
He was
fault.
the guy that
one
stole
we-
from the library.
Yeah,
He is.
he was the one we sent the guards on the wrong way.
Mm,
Oh.
Yeah, there
Wait.
you go.
Baxter.
Yeah, the guy we found that was like all tied up and shit.
And we
Yes.
untied. I didn't know apparently he's a really
okay.
dangerous
I'm thinking
caster,
of
so you
him
really
and the
don't want
dude
to untie him
from the Fey
because he
portal,
killed a
yeah.
lot of people to leave.
Yeah.
We killed 2 people to leave at that.
Yeah.
But then
That's
there's
a
also
lot.
words that he didn't kill
a lot.
anybody.
Hmm.
It's up to you guys to investigate that. But like I said, we're taking a
Whatever.
break right now.
tinkering right now.
Right now.
I went
Right now?
Yeah,
that
right
mean-
now.
Does that mean what I think it means?
It means
Can't wait
it's half
to-
time with Gorash Dream. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Off Time with Gorash. I'm your host, Gorash Dream Cutter, and this be my co-host. Is a bunch of souls in an axe. Hello, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello, everybody.
Yeah, you might
It's
wonder
souls
why there's so
in
many
an
souls in an axe. Well, you see, they had the dreams of people, and I use them to cut. That's why I'm Dream Cut. I'm all lying, by the way. None of this is true. So, we have a special guest on today. It's called "What Happened Last Time" on this show thing that's happening. I
Cool,
think
that's
they
like a
was going
segment.
through. They went through a dungeon. There was some statues. There was a big vampire man.
Killed that one, didn't they?
Yeah, there was. I think they did a real good job. You know, they got that critical hit on his last smite, the paladin. You know, the
Yeah,
pacifist
not bad.
paladin boy.
Not bad.
You know, I don't personally recommend being a pacifist, really, as a warrior. That seems counterintuitive to my respects.
Well, in all fairness, I don't think that's what. I think that's the stigma that he's trying to get rid of, though.
That's stupid.
Perhaps, but
That's like me
You
saying I'm gonna
are
go
a
write
half-orc.
poetry because I'm
look,
an orc.
look. You're a half orc. It's just a human perspective.
How dare you?
How
I
dare-
lost my arm, which took off half of me fighting prowess.
Yes, you did, which makes you half the orc, Gorash. We all know the rules. Anyway, on with this segment. Come on now.
Yeah, you just really bummed me out, man. Anyway, so Dave was getting through, you know, the dungeons and everything. They did that they smack with their fishing pole, right? Then they continued on through. They decided, you know, we're gonna through that labyrinth of acid. Turns out, no acid. It was stupid. It was all an illusion, you know. They fought a living chest, you know. I would have just ripped its jaw in half. Really, it wouldn't have been able to open its mouth again. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know, Gorash. They were in a pretty sticky situation.
Oh, yeah, you're right, weren't you? That was a pretty sticky situation. I see what you're saying
Especially with that
there.
little wizard got, grappled and then pulled into the slime.
Yeah. Oh, the squishies always getting caught by the squishies. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Yeah.
How many acid scars are going to come out of this one with?
Honestly, I'm hoping a lot, but if they're speaking to a time god, he could be rude and remove all of it. You know, that would
That's
not
true.
be
That's
that
true.
would not
Everything
be nice.
they've gained up to now. But I mean,
But they got
that'd be-
some fancy new sticks, you know, for the casting boys.
I don't see the purpose. I don't see the purpose.
Honestly, I think it's because Days don't got strong enough muscles on their brains. Because, you know, we got muscles on our body, they got muscles on the brains. I think the muscles on the brains aren't good enough, so they need a helping stick, like when people need help walking.
Well, yeah, but I don't see how a stick would help you.
Well, the
Think-
thing about
that
if
doesn't
a
make
does a stick help you walk?
Yes, a stick help. Yes,
Then a magic stick helps you magically walk, right?
I suppose, but is
Yeah.
casting limited to just like walking with magic? Is
You
that-
know, that's a good question. I heard there's all sorts of fancy sticks.
I
I
thought
heard
the book was how you
book?
got good at
the
like,
book
walking.
is how you keep your smarts up. It's like us keeping dumbbells on us, right?
I see.
Yeah,
Okay,
so
okay.
that's their dumbbell. If I had a dumbbell and a walking stick, you'd think nothing of it. You go, "Pfft, that man's ready to go. You know, that guy knows what he's doing. But if you saw a wizard with a book and a stick as well, you might be a little confused. It's the same difference.
Mhm.
Now they're a
So-
little pathetic because I could break their bones in half easy because they don't
Right.
got
Right.
no muscles at all.
Could you break
But-
their stick and then remove their ability
But-
to walk?
I think so, actually, yeah. I think if you just break it over your knee, really, you just cripple a mage. It's really funny, actually,
Yeah.
especially if they got the little tiny sticks they point at you.
You know what?
That's
that-
really
that
easy to
would be
snap in
hilarious.
half.
We should really get a mage on the show and just
Oh, you know that wouldn't end well. He'd be dead by sunrise.
dead by sunrise. Well,
Oh,
maybe he left a little longer with that.
easily.
You know, the little spell that makes that little magic wall in between them and your sword.
Yeah, you think my sword can't cut through no magic spell? Yeah,
I'm just
shut
saying, you've swung me at a few mages, and once or twice, I've been.
Yeah,
sent
you
back.
mean the floating shield when they yell the fancy words and that yellow shield pops up? Yeah, I guess, but that comes out of nowhere. That's not a fair example.
Yeah, exactly. It's not like a.
I've
how-
smashed through a few of them shields too, you know.
You've not. That's true.
Sometimes I see it coming and I just use a bit of extra force. So if they choose to dodge instead of casting a spell, I would do it's like a haymaker, right? But with an axe. But if they decided to cast a spell again, like an idiot mage, I smash right through it. I does, yeah.
You know what I don't get when
Uh.
when the mages, when you approach them at speeds that they just weren't expecting, they try to cast like a stopping spell or
Or a slippery one, you know. I just
slippery
slide
one.
right on it, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I feel like all of their little trinkets and baubles just give us the advantage during a fight if we use them correctly.
You know. But when they live, against higher odds, I can respect that.
I suppose.
Just a little bit. But if they're doing it because they think it'll stop us, then yeah, they're raw idiots. They are.
Right idiots then. All right.
Oh, you know, let's finish on the segment. So on the recap. So after they killed that thing and they got through the big mimic sticky chest, the sticky situation, they found out there was another statue out there, and they found some writing on the wall that made no sense, and it had nothing to do with the puzzle, I don't think. It was just something about sacrifice and grief, and then they covered her eyes up so she wouldn't see gore or something. And they found some more the sticks, then they found some green goo, and they used the green goo to cross the green goo. It all looked very nasty, if you ask me. I would have just jumped the gap, really, and held my breath.
Just jumped it. There's no reason to.
Because look, they got teleported right after anyway. So you only needed to hold your breath for maybe half a minute. Yeah.
And I'm gonna be honest, even if you decided to breathe in that gas, you have the ability.
I had
to
a
just
good.
outlive it. You could
I
outlive it.
personally would have a solid 10 minutes compared to those punks.
Right. They said what that lady a few moments ago. She took like one step towards it, breathed, and then started immediately dying. Like
Honestly, I think that's because she's got really light-colored skin. It's not tough. She ain't even going outside really. So if her outside is that weak, her skin. Well, imagine her insides. They're probably a paper. It's like
I
paper.
feel like they really want their insides to not be paper, especially when they can't. Like
You think. But really, all of them's paper. If the outside's paper thin, the insides might as well be mashed potatoes. But, enough about that. I think that's about done with the recap. They got teleported into a room. They did some walking around. They touched a mirror that looked like it was one of those shields you use to blind people, right? My cousin has one of those. And they got teleported to some fancy mage's house. I guess, mages attract mages. It makes sense. I've seen it happen.
Oh, you know what? How's Dorash doing? I haven't seen him in a while.
Dora, don't talk about him.
No?
It
Oh, that's a shame.
disappointment, really. Disappointment.
Man, what happened? Did he go down the?
He became a wizard.
Don't tell me he's
became
reading
a wizard.
books. Oh,
He's reading
Dorash.
more than I've recommended.
Dorash. What a shame. What a
Dorash
shame.
is dead to me until he redeems himself.
He'll
I'll say
he'll
that.
he'll
I'll
come
say
back.
that.
He'll come back. He'll come back.
And he better, because you know what? I still see him carry it. Yeah, I still see him carrying an axe around sometimes. I hope one day he takes it out again.
He will. He will. Everybody does.
I just hate the thought of some guy picking him up and breaking his spine over his knee because that's how I do mages. That's what I do.
Theodora. Now, he'd take out his axe before they even got that close. We all know.
I taught him everything he knew about fighting. You know, when his ma died and his dad was off fighting those dragons.
Oh, how did he get into books then?
I think he got mixed up into a bad crowd. I did. I think maybe when we wasn't doing lessons, he was talking to that witch across the street, that lady.
The elf witch?
Yeah, I told him, don't you go talking to her because she's gonna curse you, she's gonna hex you, and he said, no, she's really nice, and I told him if I caught him talking to her, I'd break him over my spine. I'd break his spine over my knee, sorry. I'm torn up about it.
That's impressive if you break somebody over your spine.
That is a shame.
Well, yeah, you just put them over your shoulders, really, right over your neck. Your neck is part of your spine, you know.
Your neck is part of your spine. Oh, that is a shame, Gora.
I think he fell for the elf thought.
Elf.
He saw them big bosoms, and the first thought wasn't disgusting elf. His first thought was teenage hormones.
Happens to the best of us.
And I told him, an orc and an elf don't make a half elf. I told him, and he I don't think he listened to me. I really don't.
Oh no! Don't tell me they're getting married.
No, I think it's more of a student situation. But I swear, if it gets anything more, I told him I'd pick you up again, one last time.
Oh, Gorash.
I'd have to do some more dream cutting. I know we said we's gone away from those days and we're doing the show, but if it comes down to it, it's gonna have to happen.
Look, Gorash, we haven't even done a dream cutting on the show yet.
Nope. And you know what? That's why I think a wizard guest on the show is exactly what we need. Really calm the nerves.
I'll see. I'll go through the logbook. I'll see who we can pull, and we'll get this situated. Maybe we can get some of that aggression out.
Mm-hmm. Make sure they don't got a family. I don't need no wizards trying to kill.
No family. Maybe a necromancer or something.
Maybe a necromancer or something, because all he's gonna have is the muscleless skeletons coming after me. And let's be honest, we just used those for Skelly Ball. You remember Skelly Ball?
I do remember Skelly Ball. You know, you can just grab them by their arms and just take it right off.
Yeah. What are they gonna do about it? Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
There's a little bit of magic resistance, but you have to be really, really weak to not be able to take that off.
Exactly.
I mean, you just pluck it. It's like a plug and play kind of Lego set.
And then when it's the zombies, right? You just kind of walk away. They slow.
Yeah. Those ones shamble, don't they?
It's just dragging its foot, and it's like, oh, I got muscle, unlike those ones. And I say, yeah, sure, not any leg muscles though.
Looks like somebody leg or rash. That is
I agree. And now here they are, walking into a time portal, and that's where we left off.
And that's where we're picking up.
So, welcome you back. Till next time on Halftime with Gorash.
All right, cut.
All right, so we got that on tape, right? We're ready to send that out.
Don't tell me it wasn't. I thought it was live. No,
it is live. It is live. It's just
we're still live. Shh, we're still live. Shh.
Oh shit.
All right. I'm dragging you guys to the map. Now, I'm gonna have to zoom out a lot because it's massive.
Zoom.
Oh my lord!
Whoa.
Zoom. I'm going to shift ping you guys right down there.
See.
What the hell am I?
Dude, there's some huge ass shit.
Right there.
Man. Shit.
It is massive. Upon opening your eyes here, you see the grass with a hint of blue throughout everywhere. These very colorful trees, and off to your right, you just see a half-elven man tanning some skins. And you can see the waterfront over there where the water looks like the night sky.
Oh, this is interesting.
And in front of you, you
Beautiful.
see the metropolis that is massive.
There's
So
quite
where's the man tanning skins?
Over here.
this man tannery over here.
I put my hand on pedal and then I retract my hand and I say, "Please don't do that thing where you talk to the nearest person to ask where we are, and make a friendly conversation."
Oh, I was just about to do that. Okay,
Can we just walk into the city?
sure.
Oh, Lorelai's going to ask. Lorelai's going. You didn't stop her.
How disrespectful.
Oh.
That would be like you asking me to be nice to someone for once, and I purposefully went up and was mean to them.
But no, you just see this man just taking his knife against the skin, scratching off all the fat and sinew.
Hello.
Oh, hello. What can I do for you?
Hi. Is this like the time place?
Oh my gosh.
It's
We
the
already
plane
know
of
where we
half
were
elves,
going.
also the plane of time. So I believe so. Yes.
Oh,
We
do people just like hang out here?
If you don't act like you're part of the group, maybe we won't get arrested if something bad happens.
That's true.
Well, once I passed away, I came here.
Oh, yeah. Is Time God here? Is he like hang out here?
He
I-
may be at the temple, or maybe he's watching a movie or something.
Oh,
A what?
Oh,
Let's-
you're not used to
let's
this place.
follow
A
the-
play.
Oh,
I swear,
Okay.
Petal.
Sybil,
It's
they're
like she
leaving us
didn't know
behind.
we were
should-
told where we were
should go.
going.
I know, but I mean, maybe it's just curiosity, though.
alright. Well, have fun tanning your skins.
Yes. If you're going into town, please enjoy your stay. We
I
don't really
won't.
see many of your kind around, so it's
What
nice
do you
to see
mean
some
by
different
kind?
faces.
I point to my eyes.
Probably living
I
kind.
I mean
did say-
anyone that's not a half elf. Most people are half elves here.
Oh.
Ah.
Why?
He
You don't
just
have to
said,
provide-
Guys,
"Here, hang on, out of
pause.
character."
Stop
You
walking.
were like,
Stop walking.
"Where are we? Where are we?" You're in the plane of
Realm
half elves.
half-elves.
Why are there half elves here?
I don't know. I don't
Did I
know. I
stutter?
died, and now I'm here.
Just-
Come on,
Why
Sybil, they're leaving us behind.
Fine. Have fun tanning your skins.
He gives you a smile and a wave as he waves to you goodbye. All right. Now you
why
fuck.
do you have
Stop
elves
walking
here?
into town away from them. Do you realize how big this
No,
map is?
no.
If I zoom out, they can't see.
Time for the DM, you
No, the
fucking-
camera should follow us because we specifically said not to talk to him.
I was just trying to
We call him a
help.
racist.
Yeah,
You
but
did
the
help.
DM was talking with them, so the focus is on them for right now. All right,
Oh.
as you guys enter this town, to your right you see a blacksmith shop, and to your left is just storefronts and this big building. You can't really tell what it is from the outside. And this one on the right here, you hear a lot of clanging of metal against metal.
Hmm.
And the streets are just bustling with half-elves.
Can I drop
Well.
a pebble into this night water?
Yeah, sure. It ripples like normal water.
Oh my god.
I suppose I should ask.
Did you
Lorelai
just
something.
cause a ripple in time?
Lorelai, what was? Did you ever learn the name of the time god?
Yes, but don't say it
We're here. Why wouldn't we?
because it attracts his attention.
We want his attention.
No, we don't.
What?
Can I roll religion? I don't know if Lorelai has come across it. I know
You've
for
come
sure
across-
she's come across.
You've come across Jack, but you can go ahead and roll a history instead of religion.
History?
Yeah,
Sure.
because this is more in
You're-
your
you're
travels.
recalling-
'Cause it's
Yeah, you're recalling information.
yeah,
Mhm.
not enough for his name. More of his title of God of Half Elves or Greater God of Time.
Didn't I learn his name in the book?
Is the god of half elves.
Yeah,
and
it's in the
greater
book.
god of time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
but you pronounced it wrong.
Here,
Thank God.
I have a plan so we don't stick out. We should ask the nearest half elf what his name is, and then we should ask the next one where that person's name is. That way, they don't think we're complete strangers, and we just forgot some
Well-
information.
Well,
That's-
Sybil asked where he might be, and they said either in the temple or watching a movie, and then they corrected to say a play.
I don't know what a movie is.
It's a play.
I don't know what a play is.
Oh, a play is, and never mind. I'm not going to talk about that.
I just like hold up my hands like the fuck, dude, but my eyes are still like half closed.
What the fuck, bro? Well, a temple, huh? I will look around for.
Ooh. You know, we found that
temple-like
dungeon in a
structure.
fountain. Maybe the fountain is special.
What is there? Is the fountain designed in like a fancy schmancy way, Chance?
It's a very plain fountain, actually.
Doesn't seem.
Is there a plaque on it?
What about this building?
No,
Does that look like a temple? Would that be recognizable as a temple to us?
what?
Oh, place?
Holy
A temple.
types.
Where? Where are you pinging?
This guy.
Oh no, that's definitely not a temple.
That's
Okay.
not. Hang on.
I was like, you may
Oh.
want to use the ruler so that you can see where
Yeah,
you're pointing.
it's
to.
massive.
Uh,
I was pointing.
I mean, we
This
could ask
this has
the-
like on this building on the outside there's pictures of people.
Which building?
The one she was looking at.
Oh, okay.
Fuck is a picture.
Picture.
Well, like it for you guys, it would look like really well done paintings of people.
Hmm.
It's so
It-
real. It's almost like they're there.
It's haunting.
I guess the next person that passes by, I will ask.
Oh, like I said, the whole market here is just a bunch of people just running around, delivering stuff.
Pardon me.
Yes.
Sorry. We're kind of new here. Who is the ruler of this realm?
That would be the Lord of the Half Elves.
And are you allowed to say his name?
Of course, why wouldn't we?
Okay.
Oh,
I-
Do you not know his? How are you here if you don't know his name?
Why are we?
Sorry, you cut out. What?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah,
No,
you
no,
cut
yeah, no. My fan of power just turned off, but I noticed
Oh.
it right when it happened. So,
Okay.
why are we being spoken to so condescendingly? Can you just tell us his name?
His name is Damine Kane. And I'm sorry for your passing. As she's looking at you, like so sad looking at you.
But you're not here?
Thank you very much. Could you point us in the direction of the temple?
Oh, she just kind of like tries to peek over this building that you were looking at priorly. If you just go down the street and take the right, you'll see it.
Oh, the giant building.
The fucking
Oh.
massive building, yes.
I literally scrolled over and just see this massive, not even on the map.
I'm gonna be honest. I really thought that was a bathhouse. That's unfortunate. Well, there we go.
Oh no,
then.
the bathhouse is over there. As she points
Oh,
off
great.
in this direction. Oh, hang on. Off in this direction.
Oh, that's great news, actually.
I would love
Does it
to have
cost
that.
anything to get in?
Well, yes, of course
That-
it does.
What? Never mind. Don't worry. I'll worry about that later.
We'll yeah. There are more pressing matters to be had. We should head over to the temple.
All right. Have a good day, ma'am.
Thank you for your time.
Of course. And
Does the temple have braziers?
oh, yes, it does.
Oh,
Or if you're looking for arcane braziers, you could go to the Wizards College near here.
well, two birds with one stone. We'll just go to the temple.
Very well. Well, I hope you all find what you're looking for. And again, sorry for your passing as she's looking at you, Phalia, and starts walking away.
This place irritates me.
I can see that.
How do they spell his name? Because I feel like it should be Damien. I feel like how it's spelled. It should be Damien.
Well,
how
when
do you-
you
Well,
become
Sybil,
the
knowing how fluent you are with Elven speech, in Elven, it's Damayan.
Just sounds like they're slowing down the common word and just sounding it out really like.
Well, when you become Lord of Half Elves, then you can dictate how your name is said. Cool.
A fucking
Let's go to
stab
the-
you, Plague.
Seriously. That is a
Adam,
big no-no.
Huh.
I just thought of this. Do you think there's any fish in that river?
You did
Sybil,
see
did you-
fishing boats.
Fishing boats. Poor Petal. Petal's like, Godfish.
Look,
Want to go to
We
the
will go to the bathhouse and we will fish later.
We're gonna go to the bathhouse.
but
Sybil, did you ever consider your name was spelled weird?
No, because it's not.
Your name has a Y in it.
It has a Y in
Wait,
it?
how do you even know how to spell my name?
Because you write your name down when you first met
That's
us.
true, you
Right.
did.
Yeah, you did.
mm-hmm.
Get wrecked.
Cut that shit out, homie.
What's wrong with my
The only one who we think would be weird would be Nico, but we would think that it's an N. And
Nico
we've never
Bellic.
seen it written down.
Yeah.
And you never will.
And I don't
Bum
even
bum
think
bum.
your name is so weirdly spelt and you're not even a half elf. What's your excuse?
My mother named me? What's your excuse?
Oh,
My name is quite normal for elves, actually.
Yeah,
Did you guys know that my name is the name for things on flowers? Flower petals, get it?
yes,
Anyway,
I
let's
like
go to this temple.
Petal
know
just
my
trying to
name
cut
was
the
just-
tension.
did you know my name was just given to me? There was no rhyme or reason.
That's pretty interesting.
I'm gonna. You guys go to the temple. I'm gonna sit. I'll stay here.
That seems like a terrible, terrible,
I'll
terrible
I'll just
idea.
sit here.
That seems like the worst idea you've come up with today. And
Sybil, we're literally
I
going to
think
talk to
you
the
just-
gods of time.
Yeah, no, you guys do
That's
that.
kind of a fate thing.
No, it's not. Not really.
Sybil, you are the one that brought us all into this fate group. We're here because of this fate that you keep mentioning. So you're gonna come join us in this fate that we all share together.
No,
Let's go,
I
please.
am not supposed to come.
Well,
It's true.
technically, we came here to discover why there's a
second
assumed
her.
doppelganger of me.
Ethel, do you want to help me carry her?
I'm not going to drag her to the temple.
I raced ahead and now I'm looking at this thing.
If she doesn't want to go, then she can stay, I guess.
That
Right.
orb is what you're looking at?
Yep.
It's just a floating orb with... When you're gazing into it, you only see the people that you've seen along your trip. No one special to you, but you see their different timelines.
Oh, that's interesting. Actually, can I take a closer look? Can I see if it because it reminds me a little, because at least the way that I'm picturing it kind of reminds me of the crystals.
What crystals?
The ones from my backstory. The
Mm,
ones that I stayed
No, it doesn't.
Okay. Okay.
Nowhere
Well-
near it, because this is like a perfect sphere. So it's
Mhm.
kind of fucking with your head a bit, but you're in a special realm to where you can understand it.
You
Okay.
can all look at that for a little bit. I'm going to cast Find Familiar before we go talk to anyone.
Sure.
Also,
I
these
see
seem like
anything?
generic statues on the steps of like soldiers.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Are there outside braziers?
By this
about
obelisk,
braziers?
there's braziers.
But how about braziers?
Look, we have discussed this. I say braziers. I don't care. All right.
No, obelisk where?
In right over here. This thing.
What thing?
In the middle of the city, the little square thing by the orb.
Oh, okay. Then yeah, I'll just go over there. Then yeah.
Yeet. I will sit on the
Do I see
steps
anything
until
in
everybody's
here?
ready.
I'll start pouring the reagents into it.
What? Lorelai?
Do I see anything in here?
You see the people that don't really matter to you, but you recognize them in their multiple timelines.
Cool.
I drink a little bit. I take out my melon cider and I drink a little bit, just a cup.
Can I poke it? I poke it.
It isn't there.
Whoa.
What happened?
It wasn't. It's not actually here.
Hold on.
I think-
I go and touch it.
Your hand passes right through.
Whoa. I'm gonna walk forward so that my head goes into it.
Mr. Petal, when you drink your alcohol, all of the tastes are enhanced.
Thank God.
Like, all of the notes that you like are almost to the point to where they're unbearable.
But just perfect enough.
It's just before the tipping point, yeah. It's not so indulgent to where you get sick of it, but it's still... yeah.
Still nice.
Now, what did you say, Nico?
I'm gonna put my head in it.
Okay, you put your head into it, and you still see those timelines, but that's all you see.
Okay. I just wanted to see. I pulled my head.
What if you started drowning? What if it was just water?
Oh, then I would have pulled my head back out.
What if it had so much water tension it sucked you in forever?
Well,
So much surface tension.
As you guys are playing with this bubble, you see that the locals are kind of like laughing, just like not laughing at you, but as like a remembrance laugh and going about their day.
Tourists.
Oh, like, oh, they're new, they're dead.
Yeah, I know, exactly.
Yeah.
Aw, new dead people.
They do give you weird looks because you're not half elves.
I also put that scale in there.
Ah, cool. The scale cuts the ritual time in half.
Okay.
You know, I wonder if I could have actually helped out that.
Fine, Fasciliar.
Does Nickel come out? Or is
Yeah,
it some
Nickel
other
comes right
pseudo
out.
Dragon? Oh, thank God.
It comes out and hugs your head. And then just perches on your shoulder and goes...
I hug Nickel and I tell him you are not allowed to be on Petal's shoulders anymore.
Banned from Petal's shoulders.
Don't give me that lazy face.
He drapes across your shoulders.
I only have so many things to remind me of home.
I will wait for everybody to finish their little situation and sit. I'm gonna lay down on these stairs. They're long enough.
Also, with a half hour of playing with that, you can actually follow the different timelines of the different choices of these people.
Oh God.
I watched this one 5 times. The guy falls flat on his face after slipping on a banana peel.
Is there a banana peel on the ground?
No.
Oh, in options 3 through 5.
It is exactly what you're thinking about, like a video game. Like when you go back and make different choices in a video game, that's kind of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Welcome back, Nickel.
Hello,
But this
Nicole.
is
I think he's tired.
I assume so.
You hear
Oh,
him
upstairs.
purring. Oh, right. I've been forgetting to do this. Empathy this whole time has not been on your shoulder, but it has been like eagerly flying towards this place.
Hmm.
While we were doing
Why
the
just
ritual, it was
been-
sitting on top of the steps, just cawing and squawking to get your attention.
I put my hands on the door.
The door is cold. It's a metal door.
Shit, I open it.
Okay, you open up.
check the clock first. And then I open it.
There doesn't appear to be a lock on the church door.
Do you push or pull?
On the welcoming cathedral door, it does not appear to have a massive chain over it.
Yeah, no. It opens up for you, and there's this great hall, but there's like no pews or any religious imagery of
Iconography?
the god. But it seems more of like a relaxation space and like a welcome space to the newly departed.
Huh. Do you think this is
That'd
where
be
people
nice.
appear whenever they actually die?
Do you think to get his attention we just yell out Demai and Kane?
That's probably just
There's actually a
In fact-
lady that,
Probably.
as soon as you walk in, goes, "Hi, are you here to meet a newly departed relative?"
We're
No.
actually
She like
here
pops
to-
out of nowhere.
We are actually here to communicate a question to the Lord of Time himself.
Oh, well, there's a questions box over there.
Oh, we were
Okay.
just hoping we could go speak with him because that sounds really annoying.
It's
Well,
not a
if you're just
virgin.
having general questions, I mean, there's a filled out frequently asked questions and answers.
I'm
over
gonna
there.
point at Phalia and go, she has a duplicate somewhere, and we don't know why.
Oh. So are you
It's
not
a
dead
virgin.
then?
We
No.
came
Oh,
through a time portal
no.
so that we could speak with the god of time.
Ah,
Demai and
mortals, of course. Let me see if I can get a hold of him.
Kane.
As
Are
she
people
goes
looking
over.
at me sad because I'm so young.
That's
Well, no, it's
probably-
always sad when someone dies. As she's walking away.
Why aren't they looking at us sadly?
Because you're not half elves.
They're weirded out that we're here.
They're probably just ignoring you, actually.
This wouldn't be a too bad afterlife. There's a
Really isn't.
bathhouse. There's a river.
It seems like a pretty nice purgatory.
I
Meh.
hate it.
Well, that's fair.
Why?
Just
Because
don't
it's
have
not
place.
your fish god's place?
Fish?
That's me.
You know, I don't think we ever really discussed your pantheon's choice.
Hmm. Oh.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's speak of another god and another god's
Yeah,
temple. That's
Maybe.
so...
Maybe.
Oh, sorry. I misunderstood the voices. I think.
How dare you?
I'm handsome James.
Your name is not James. Your name is Pebble.
Handsome James.
Your name
James
is
is
fucking
another
Lucifer.
paladin.
Come on, Satan.
Yeah.
Peyton. It's Lucy Fur. Lucy.
Lucifer and Burrs?
Fur. But
Birds, and lurs.
Holy shit, Lucifer? Where's Lucy Burr?
how dare you?
DM, DM,
Yes.
you might want to take a look at the stream.
Oh no. What's going on with the stream?
Just the fact that you have it focused on a place with no one on it.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
that's what you mean.
Enhance.
Boop. There we go. What the receptionist lady is currently doing is like going over to this like box and holds this odd thing to her face and is just talking into it. It almost looks like a banana from here.
Man, what the heck?
People talk to
Place is
bananas in
great.
this world. That's pretty cool, I guess. Good
Maybe that's
potassium.
like instead of how like wizards send messenger birds or like whatever they do,
That's true. That's true.
Well,
I've had a
they
few
just
messenger
are
birds
able
be
to
sent,
cast
a messenger
spell.
banana.
but it doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. She's just
What are you all talking about?
I
We're
shrug.
talking-
You have,
I don't know. I don't really know anything about magic. I'm just making guesses.
I don't know. It's not like any spell I've seen.
I mean, I've heard of spells like this, but usually you don't need a banana.
I don't think it's an actual banana.
That's
At
close
this
enough.
point, you see her hang up the banana
Oh,
onto this like post, and she turns around and starts walking back to you all. He is currently busy, but if you're willing to wait about 2 hours, then he'll meet you at the guild hall.
You mean 2 actual hours and not some stupid time way of saying 2 years or something, right?
Yes, 2 actual hours, dear.
Where is the guild hall?
Specifically, he likes the Fighters Guild, which is the one right to the right as you enter the town.
where there were swords and metal clanging. Yes.
Hmm.
All right. Well, then we
Time God isn't a mage?
Oh, he is.
You can be a mage and still enjoy swordplay.
I suppose.
Maybe he's something like a sword mage. That sounds silly.
I'm sure
though.
there are other followers of the Raven Queen that have swords instead of, I suppose, I look at my arm, chains.
Have you ever met any like
Your
that?
chain now has a collar attached to that final loop again.
Okay.
That
no,
the collar wraps around your wrist.
Where I lived, I was among me and my 2 siblings were the choices to be the next, I suppose, direct patronage of followers, direct helpers. I really
I mean,
don't
like
know
I-
what you would call it here.
I see.
I'm going to break off and head over to Sybil.
Yeah, we'll wait here. Don't tell her that
So-
he's there.
Just sneak her over.
Just fucking lie to her.
So, fishing or bathhouse for 2 hours?
Ah, I completely forgot I need to follow you guys with this map. I'm so sorry, stream. There we go.
Personally,
We could do both. Why do you spend 2 hours bathing?
I don't know. It's been a
That's a lot
while
of
since I've had a decent bath.
well, I want to lay.
By the way,
down-
you all have spent at least a half hour here. Please add to your max HP. Well, not add to your max
Full.
HP.
Full
Bring yourself
HP.
to full HP.
Ah, ooh.
It gets very dangerous when you tell
sorry.
players to add to their max HP.
I know.
was
That's why I corrected myself immediately.
Add 100 to your max HP.
So we're just adding what to our? HP?
You are
Sorry.
at full HP.
Oh, cool.
Oh no! What happened? Oh no!
I
I
hit a
don't want
button.
it to be GM mode. Rejoin
I
as player.
feel healthy, but I'm still rather
Act-
exhausted.
Where did you?
Actually, you aren't exhausted from here.
Where did my token go?
It's right there.
And spell
Yeah.
slots?
Right where?
You're right there.
No
No, I
spell
just-
slots for us.
My token's
Aw.
not there.
It is.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
It's right there.
Deep into it.
Here, I'll move it for you. There, I moved it away and moved it back.
I refreshed.
Token vanish.
Token appear.
Ninja vanish.
You're right above me.
I see it now. Yep. We're good.
Well, but my vote is the bathhouse first.
That does sound good.
Finally, some alone time. My God, I could be away from all these women.
You say that.
Just
Turned
wait
out-
until you find out it's a mixed bath.
Yeah. You
Please
say
God,
that.
don't be in the-
Go ahead.
Where are the baths that where you're from, co-ed? Actually.
We don't talk about that.
So we're heading over to relax.
Bathhouse.
Apparently, we're going to the bathhouse.
Yes, bathhouse.
Yes, that's where the time god is. So we have to go there.
Making Sybil stay where she is. She's so mean.
Just like playing with the sprite just in my lap, just kind of poking and having fun.
You see some kids watching you play with your sprite.
I wave at
Like,
them.
mommy, what kind of a race is that?
What's that thing? It has no eyes.
Oh.
I'd like to point out, by the way, is
Oh.
these children who are apparently going to their parents and asking.
Hey,
This
I
is a
have
plane of
wraps
death.
over my eyes. You don't know if I have eyes or not.
Yeah.
This is a plane of
They're
death.
children. If you've got covers on your eyes, you've got no eyes.
God, this is depressing. These children died.
She's got a weird little burger.
Oh no!
It took you long enough to realize that.
I caught on real quick. It's just that
I enter the bathhouse.
All right. As you enter as soon as you open the door, it's the bath.
No.
Like there's there's women, men in here, everything. There is private baths, but those cost extra.
Okay. I will go to the counter. How much is it for a private bath?
Oh, it's just $5.
5 what?
Dollars.
I have
My what?
Sorry, what?
gold pieces.
Oh, you haven't exchanged yet. Okay, I have some change.
What game you playing?
Oh. And how many gold
In
pieces?
that, it would be 5 silver.
Oh, okay.
You have to pay for a bath in heaven? That's bullshit.
It's called capitalism.
All right. 5
Well,
silver.
it's called working. Actually, provides happiness for you.
Yes. Working gives up, and capitalist god working makes you happy.
I mean, hashtag
Yeah.
if you don't want to go to work, no one's gonna make you.
Yeah.
Exactly. You
But
don't
then
get
eventually
hungry
you'll
here.
fall back into the but eventually you fall back into the grind of I need something to do, I want to work.
Exactly. That's why working scientifically is proven to make you happy. Like difficult goals make you happy.
Yeah, now overworking yourself, that's designed that is why labor laws exist.
Exactly.
Make you want to die. I will wait.
No, it's just bad for your health actually. It's not even your mental health.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody, I will see you in an hour. Have a good bath. And I will go to my room and I will take my towel.
In here, you
will
actually
go
see some non-half elf people.
I want to ask ask the lady how much to add things to his bath.
Like what?
Like extremely sleepy steam or something.
Sleep
Oh, the max relaxation.
Yes.
That would be another silver piece.
All right. And I look myself up and down. Arguably royal where I'm from, so could I get a private bath as well?
Oh, of course. Yes.
I give her
And-
2 silver pieces
Ooh.
so that I can add those chemicals to his bath without him knowing.
Yeah.
Add sleepy chemicals to your bath.
The like I said before, the private bath is 5 silver.
Oh, it's it. Okay. Fine. I give
Yeah.
her 6 silver.
Yeah, we from the fucking prime material plane. We dealing silver and gold.
As she like smiles and hands you a towel, it's this nice like it's a very soft towel, but one of those that you know will absorb a lot of water without feeling wet.
Yeah.
And she escorts you to your 2 private rooms, which the bath water there is like crystal clear water. Except for yours, Petal. Yours
Aqua got to us first. She
Your-
purified the hot tub.
yours looks like it's like a nice like aquamarine blue.
Must be that special regenerative blue juice that the elves produce.
What? The fuck are you talking about?
Don't you think about
Just trying
elves?
to convince yourself of shit.
Uh-huh.
Must be regenerative blue alpha juice.
You don't know anything. Convince yourself that it's fine. And then I will relax. I will take.
I give empathy a bath because he's a dirty bird.
Dang.
Empathy is fighting with you in the bath. He doesn't really want to take one.
Yeah.
You see in your head
how much for the
Moon.
public bath? I'm not.
Moon.
If you're
Moon.
like the others paying in coin, it'd only be 5 copper.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. What is the money that is used here?
Oh, these, and she holds up these blue bills.
These don't look like they're worth anything.
They're called sand dollars.
They're like a very vibrant, deep blue, and each one of them has a different face on them. They're all half elves.
Very interesting. I wonder what things are like on my plane, on my god's plane. I give her the 5 copper.
She just gives you an odd look as she hands you your towel.
Oh, sorry. Thank you.
Enjoy your bath.
Thank you.
Just like, man, she must be in denial because if this is your god, this is where you end up.
Yeah. They aren't used to non-dead people to come here.
Yeah.
Do you do massages?
Oh, yes. Which kind would you like? She pulls up a list of 30 different types of massages.
Get the kind that cracks everything.
Some of them are in languages that you don't really know or understand.
The Satan back rub.
Like you know the creepy script that you find on YouTube sometimes.
Yeah.
Some of them look like that,
Killer?
like Eldritch horror speak.
How about this one? And I just point to one.
Do you point to one you can read or not?
I didn't say that.
Oh, that's why I'm asking.
I know.
Pick a D and roll.
Let's hope it's the tentacle.
Roll a
creature.
d30.
Roll a D30.
The higher you get, the more weird it's gonna be.
1. You ordered. Oh.
All right, you got one of the Eldritch Abomination ones. She gives you a horrified look. Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. Please come this way.
My back hurts.
No, it's like a demon scratching back massage. Like they have a caged demon, they pulled you up to it, strapped to a chair.
She opens this door to this black room, and she just enjoy your massage, Miss
Nico.
Miss Nico. And she just
You were
has
Nico,
this
now you're
plastered
my
face.
bitch.
As you just hear just this from the room.
I have made mistakes.
Are you gonna go in there?
I'm in danger.
Well, I've already paid. I'm going in. How much was it?
Okay. That was 2 gold.
Copper. Oh Jesus.
The demon back massage.
All right. In this room, your body feels like it's getting pulled in every which direction, not necessarily comfortably. It feels like some of the things are trying to grab onto things that aren't there. And I say things because you don't know what's grabbing you.
Mm-hmm.
And it takes you about 10 minutes before you're pushed out the door again, and you feel the most refreshed you have ever felt. Please add 1 to your HP.
Holy shit.
A permanent 1.
Holy
Whoa!
shit. You need that as a wizard.
Uh-huh.
It's only 1, and this is the only time you can get it.
I look around. Is there a tip bowl?
There is, actually.
I'm gonna throw another gold piece into there.
The gold piece spits back out at you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No tips.
It wants
You
dollars.
look inside. You look
Huh?
inside. What's in there is like these odd-looking like fruits with eyeballs on them,
Mhm.
like blinking at you as
They want you
like
to tip with a favor.
Wow.
you see a
can't
bunch
do
of
that.
different things like that. Like they're all Eldritch Abomination things in here. There's an egg in here.
That was very comfortable, though.
It wasn't while you were experiencing it.
Oh no! But now that I'm out of there, I'm gonna recommend it to all of my friends.
Were there tentacles, Chance? That's all I need to know.
I'll give anything a
They
try
were
once.
things. That's all you get to know. It wasn't 30. 30 might have killed you.
30 would have been a permanent -1 to con.
Right. Well, I'm gonna go back
Okay.
out to the front then and just relax. You know, just waiting for the rest of
You're
them.
like floating on air as you're walking through.
Yep.
I feel
I
good.
got cracked in places I didn't know I could be cracked. They cracked my tongue.
They cracked my tongue. They cracked my ears. They cracked my nose. It was all glorious.
Every moment was pure satisfaction.
Lorelai, since you're in the public bath and you see her come out, she is covered in like this purple slime with odd marks all over her.
Ah.
I'm that
And
relaxed,
she
I
looks
didn't
as
notice
happy
it.
as possible.
Just had a sexual
I'll tell you that
experience.
later.
I am so relaxed I don't even notice.
By the way, you went to the abyss for a little bit.
I'm gonna take a trip to the abyss for a back massage real quick. I'll be
Nah,
back.
she went to the flagellum.
You only know that because you caught the glow from your radar.
Mm.
As a fucking black dot was there, and is still there. There's a few dots on the radar right now.
Interesting.
Shit.
One's green, one's like red, one's...
Are we going to the Planar Fire sauna?
Weird.
Once I've kind of come down and I see that I'm dirty, I'm gonna use prestidigitate on myself.
Okay. The
Clean
slime
myself.
doesn't go away.
Oh no. You're permanently comfortable.
It's slowly evaporating off of you.
Oh, okay. As long as it goes away.
Oh yeah, I wasn't saying it was staying. I'm just saying magic won't get rid of it.
I'm just gonna enjoy it then.
All right.
It does have a slightly intoxicating effect.
Hmm.
Because your skin's also absorbing it.
Mm-hmm.
For how long do I sleep in this bath?
Well, until the timer goes off.
I paid for
Which-
10 hours.
Which they put a limit on the bath for an hour and a half.
Damn it. I need more sleep. All right.
Just like, you just lay down.
This is
Oh yeah. As soon as your muscles relaxed in the bath, you were fucking out.
My plan, it was foolproof.
perfect. Now he's resting forcefully.
Now he's rested in every way.
All right. Well,
And Lorelai, you're in the public bath. You just see a lot of like boobs and wieners. It's
Oh,
like
not
it,
enough.
Like
in the afterlife.
it's yeah, in the afterlife. But they're all tastefully censored with that steam.
Tastefully.
This is a
Thank
lot
God.
like the hot springs when I was traveling with my family.
Oh,
Say
this
the
is
red.
this isn't as hot as the hot springs.
No.
It's
still
that
nice.
nice like temperature just before like it's too hot.
Mm-hmm.
All right. After
And
my
a lot of people are like rambunctious in here, yelling, like playing.
Mm-hmm.
There's like no rules in here.
Yeah. I just chill in a corner and just people watch.
Okay.
I carry out empathy like in a towel, and he's got like bubbles on his head.
He's like flailing his head back and forth, trying to get the bubbles off, and all you see in your head is moon, 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 moon.
Dirty bird.
Oh yeah, I guess it'd be the last time that my head is off. My hair is tied.
Oh, I
in-
make sure I drag Nickel out of the sauna too.
Nickel like scratches his claws as you're dragging him out.
All we hear coming out is just.
When I get outside, I pull out my hairband and shake my hair out.
Woo!
Like, commercial, and then I put my hat on.
I'm gonna hop over to Sybil real quick since she's sitting alone.
The
Besides
children, they say you are pretty.
Besides the children that are like watching you play with your little sprite, you notice there's a lot of ravens in this city just flying around.
Strange, isn't it? I think
Sybil,
died.
did Plague die?
Plaju.
Plague, are you dead?
I am here.
Egg.
Okay. But yeah, you see a lot of crows and ravens just flying around the city. Some of them stop, look at you, then fly off.
Some don't look at you and then fly off.
Exactly.
I'm just gonna lounge. I'm just chilling. I'm just chilling here. I have the
Alrighty.
patience of infinity.
Okay, well then we're gonna skip to that hour and 50-minute mark.
Hour 50-minute mark. I take 10 minutes to leisurely walk to the Fighters Guild.
As I wipe the bubbles off of Empathy's head, I grin for just a second, and then I pull my face down.
No, you don't. Get back in there, Smile.
Can I just assume that we're heading over to the Fighters Guild so we can just teleport
Yeah.
ourselves?
Hey, Sybil, we'll go into the Fighters Guild,
Yeah.
by the way.
This building right here.
Why?
We're having a
This
meeting with
one.
somebody.
Who?
Some member of some. She's supposed to have some important information for us.
Okay. Have fun.
Probably come along.
I have no idea where my token went. Oh, there I am.
Not much of a fighter, Petal.
Well, we're not going into the fighting guild to fight. We're just going because this is his favorite form of entertainment.
So you've spoken to the time god?
No.
No, not yet.
Then I thought
You can go talk to
Just
their
like-
secretary.
Just like at the temple and at the bath, we're going to go talk to him again, and not at all go look at entertainment.
what?
Sybil, just come on. Stop sitting in the park alone. It's kind of weird. I don't get it. Why are you avoiding?
I don't want to talk to a god.
As you guys are talking, you do see that a bunch of people are coming out of this building now. And only one person goes into this building.
Is that the movie theater?
What does he look like?
Oh, they're pictures. They're just actors. The pictures are actors. Okay.
Oh.
I pick up a child.
Child.
Hello, child.
He's like his shoulders are scrunched up. Stop.
How old are you?
Depends. What year is it?
How old were you when you died?
I was 30.
Excuse me?
Elf. Half elf.
Yeah.
He's a half elf.
No.
He still has an adolescent body, which is not how half elves are supposed to age.
Maybe it's a mental thing.
Well, sorry, that's not how you aged, Phalia.
Yeah.
Because you got up to 18, like normal aging, and then stopped.
Maybe it's a mental thing.
How
It's a mental thing.
are you not
Well,
a
I
half
mean,
high elf?
The body doesn't.
I am
transport,
not.
so
I am a half-wood elf.
maybe.
Oh, that explains a lot. I thought everyone here was a half high elf or something.
No. Can you put me down
Oh.
now?
The year's 1491. How old are you now?
1,034.
Ooh, you're
Impressive.
almost.
Old
You're
man.
about my sister's living age.
Oh.
I put him down.
He runs off.
Mommy, I found a weird creeper lady. She was asking my
Actually,
age.
I feel like since there's no bad things happen here, kids just being picked up. I can't imagine the kids think anything's bad is gonna happen. They probably just
No,
think,
just-
oh hey, got picked up,
What?
cool.
Well, I mean, desire is brought true here, so I mean.
This lady really wanted to pick a kid up.
Whoa. This kid wanted to be picked up by a lady.
Yeah, he did.
So
Alright,
is Sibyl not
before-
joining us?
I will look back.
Also, you asked what the guy looked like. He was
Mhm.
blonde.
Would you
He
like
was
to
missing an arm.
Hmm?
You do not have to speak to the god, but you should
No, I'm
probably
okay.
be there to learn what they have to say.
I'm
You are impossible to work with.
correct.
Oh, okay. I
Just let her have her
you're-
fake raven.
I will turn around. All right. Well,
By the
let's
way,
go then.
empathy went into the building before any of you.
How dare! I was running after that bird.
You were running after the bird, but the bird went in first.
Damn.
He escapes the towel and flies the building. I just dropped the towel where I was walking.
I go in.
It was it was 1 copper for the towel to leave the bathhouse with it.
Anything so I could have kept holding on to him longer
Yeah.
to dry him off.
The small smirk that appears on Phalia every time that she entraps empathy.
Okay, you guys enter this building and immediately you're hit with the scent of iron and steel and blood and sweat.
Oh, this is disgusting.
Blood for the blood god.
Blood. My sister would love this place.
Familiar? You have dangerous family members, every one of you.
Does your
That's
sister
not
eat a
true.
lot?
My mother's a diviner. That's really all that we
Yes,
have.
and my younger brother's quite stupid. He couldn't even control his emotions.
I don't know if that makes him less or more dangerous.
Makes him more dangerous by my culture standards.
Then you do have a dangerous brother.
Okay.
Anyway,
So, you guys are now in this area, and you see people going up the stairs into like an auditorium area.
zoom, 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 zoom.
As you hear like loud roars in the stadium.
We're supposed to be meeting somebody here. Are we supposed to go into the auditorium or just stay?
I don't know. Does there appear to be like a secretary? Or
There is a ticket seller.
I'll go up to the ticket seller.
What can I do for you?
Hi,
God, it's
we
a
were
dwarf half
told
elf.
It is. He looks like a normal human.
Oh god.
We were told that the lord of this land would be here. We're supposed to meet him.
Oh, yeah, he is. He points down to where like you see fighters go into. Just go in there.
Thank you.
Should we just randomly call it his name, or would that be annoying?
He probably wouldn't really care either way.
Okay. Appreciate it.
So
Okay.
down
What do you think this
into-
Demayan guy is? Like,
I don't know.
this is once we walk past and.
I think
Who do I
he's
think?
probably some sort of fighting sorcerer.
Oh, I mean, I can guess that, but I mean, like, what do you think his personality's like?
This place is nice, so
If he's a
It really
greater god
is.
of time, it's probably he probably talks really slow all the time and constantly says, "I knew you were going to do that" or something.
That sounds a little bit stuck up-ish in my book, but
Alrighty.
everybody in here seems.
You
pretty
guys
okay.
I could be-
enter
I could be completely wrong.
as you guys are talking. You enter the locker room, to where one of the guys just kind of like covers up himself up as soon as he sees ladies walk in, and then he realizes, I don't care,
If there's nothing we haven't
because
seen
there's
before.
already women fighters in here changing.
yeah.
Yes,
It's
but
because we're
civilians.
ladies.
We're
They're
civilians.
brawny fighter women. We're ladies wearing dresses, or at least I am.
I'm in my armor.
I'm in my traveler's clothes.
I have leather armor, yeah, actually.
But as you guys are down here, you guys ask around, and they all just point out to the arena, to where you look out, and you see that one-armed man, blindfolded, and taking on 3 of the competitors with a wooden sword, while they all have very sharp, shining swords.
I
Oh,
wonder
that's
if
a
he
fun
ever.
game.
He
I
reminds
wonder
me
if
of
he
a prince
ever-
I've read in a book.
Hmm.
Maybe the son of one.
Do you think he just doesn't know that as a
Maybe.
god he can grow his arm back?
I
Maybe
think
he
that's
chooses to.
Maybe I think he may have cut off his own arm for this
Maybe
fight.
Maybe it was possessed, and he had to cut it off in order to save the rest of his life.
Let's
Maybe
not
he
make
has to keep
assumptions about
his.
this guy.
Maybe he has to keep his arm holding onto a stake in a vampire lord's heart.
That's oddly specific.
Kristen follows you
Maybe-
everywhere you go, Devin.
Maybe he stuck his hand into a gelatinous
Oh, wait,
cube.
all
trying
of
to
us
get a
were
really
putting
cool
overly
sword.
complicated solutions.
I
Come
know.
on.
I know, but I just love that she follows you everywhere.
You know, this could have been just the fact that he maybe had a birth defect.
I don't know. He seems like the guy who would have
Our
stuck his
business.
hand. He seems like the guy who would have stuck his hand into a gelatinous cube to try and get a really cool sword.
You know, actually, that I agree with what you said.
Petal, you're the only swordsman here.
Yeah.
You can tell he's clearly holding back on these people. And
I know
they
him.
all get a very nice workout before he knocks them all out.
Mm.
And because he kind of like tilted his head towards you all as you were talking and finished it quickly.
Give him a wave.
Oh,
And he
no, I
starts
think you heard
walking
us
on over.
talking about our gelatinous cube theories.
No, yeah.
Well, I mean, he'll.
And he like pulls off this like blindfold as he's walking in, and his eyes are just pure blue. There's no iris or pupil, and with silver flakes floating throughout. Can I help you?
Well,
Did you lose your arm to a gelatinous cube?
No, I didn't.
Huh, well, that goes there.
Anyway, there are time rifts in the material plane, and we were wondering if you knew something about them.
I have been told, but I'm only one person, and I don't like to choose to use my omnipotence.
Well,
Makes life boring knowing everything.
There's also another one of her, and I point out Phalia,
Yes,
and
there
not
is.
one that we know of. Like this
sharing
is a
my
different one.
sharing my visage and birthday, there is apparently a woman not anywhere near where I'm from that has a different name from me. I think.
What is her name?
Well, actually, come to think of it, her name was a little similar to yours. It was Rosaria Kane or something.
He does have a flash of recognition, and he goes, well, that is my many times great-granddaughter. But I don't see why there would be 2 of her. She was born alone.
Apparently,
And-
so is she.
Yes, and I'm
Wait.
adopted.
In our world, isn't she a twin?
No.
No.
I
She's-
suppose a better
A
turned
twinned
to you-
birthday, but
Twin
not
birth-
actual
you're right.
twins.
Yeah,
Twin birthday.
yeah, twin birthday, but not actual twins. I turned
Gotcha.
to Petal. Well, you see, Petal, I suppose a good way to put it to you is that in the Shadowfell, there are shadow versions of people, but I am not that in this case.
Yes. Okay.
I am actually technically from the prime material plane.
I wonder what my shadow self
Miss,
would be like.
what is your name?
My name is Phalia Phalaran.
Do you mind if I look into your timeline?
If it will solve the problem, I suppose not.
It will help me understand. And he just kind of like rubs his eyes real quick, and when he opens them, they are just normal eyes, but the pupil, or the iris and pupil, are the same blue, but it's in an hourglass form, where the silver is the sand. And he just looks at you, and then a flash of sadness comes onto his face.
There it is
I
again.
see.
You're not the first person to look at me like that.
Well, I'm looking at you a different way than they did.
Also, could you force our friend to come in here? She believes in fate and didn't want to talk to you.
I don't like to force people to do anything. As
But
his
we
eyes
all
go
went-
back to normal.
But we all went through the time portal.
We all went through the time portal.
Yes, about that. When you go back, I will be closing that one. And he like reaches into like his coat pocket. He is wearing like a tattered 3-piece suit. It's not like ripped up, but it's very aged.
Well worn.
Yeah. And he pulls out this like shard of glass, and he hands it to Phalia. If you come across any others, this will help you seal them up.
Oh,
But
so if I-
only the ones for time.
Oh no. Do you mean portals or do you mean people?
People. Or portals, sorry.
People portals.
So, what are we supposed to do about me having a doppelganger?
That's the thing. Would you like to learn what happened to you when your mother took you?
I don't see why that would matter. I was told the story many times.
What was the story you were told?
Well, that when some elves invaded the Shadowfell because they were still upset with the Shadowkai, Lodgen specifically, they were easily defeated by the Raven Queen saving everyone again, and I suppose my mother took me in as adopted me and taught me the ways of the Shadowkai. It's really, I didn't learn too much about that part of history.
Loki.
What?
What did you say?
As someone who doesn't know anything about that Marvel character's backstory, I have no idea what you're talking about.
You don't even have to know the Marvel character's backstory to know what Loki.
Loki fucked a horse, if you mean the mythology.
He did.
Loki did a
That-
lot of things.
We did a lot, yeah.
That is only half the truth. You are from the prime material, but you are not a whole person.
Ooh.
Damn.
Your mother, in order to escape my protection of my granddaughter, killed her and brought her back as two.
Ooh.
Now that is your information to deal with as you see fit. And that would also explain why your emotion is out of control on the prime material plane. You're closer to the half of you with emotion.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this information.
It is your choice. You came here for answers, I've given you them. As he reaches up and pets Empathy, and you just hear a beam of glee in your head. Not even like images, just happy noises.
What?
Do you think you can talk to your patron? Maybe because I don't know. Never mind.
Oh, she's here if you want to speak to her.
The Raven Queen's in the Shadowfell.
Right. Of course. You're right.
You must be mistaking me with someone else. Because I'm not real.
You're real to me.
I never said you weren't real. I said you're incomplete. There's a very clear difference.
I just don't know what that means.
It means maybe you should discover yourself, young one. As he turns and starts walking up the stairs.
You have a lovely
Follow
place.
He just gives you like a hand wave.
I'm gonna follow him. Pardon me, Mr. Kane.
Yes.
I was once pushed out of a divinationer's place for being called a demon, and I just want to know what that may have been about.
I don't deal with divination magic, unfortunately.
Oh,
And I don't like to look into the future.
of course. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I just-
it's quite alright.
Hmm.
I just don't like spoilers.
Okay. But,
Is there any other
thank-
questions as he's standing on the steps?
Oh, no, I was just curious about that. But thank you.
He
And I'll-
just kind of gives you a nod as he starts turning to walk away again.
Mm-hmm. I'll head back to the group.
Maybe we should go and get something to eat and think about this for a moment. Maybe
How you doing,
meditate
Phalia?
on his words.
I don't know.
I'm gonna look at empathy. I'm taking. I tend to look at the bird now whenever.
Empathy has a mix of emotions. He is hugging Phalia, but you can just feel the happiness radiating from him.
That piece of glass can be used to fix tears, correct? Is what he said.
Fix time tears specifically.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, maybe whatever step towards discovering what other half of you exists is path.
Oh, I forgot to mention, as he's like
Oh,
at the
well,
very
no.
top of the
Nice.
stairs. If you do seal 10 of those rifts, I'll have a present for you.
Ooh.
I like presents.
Did we just get turned into errand boys?
No, we got turned.
Think of it
into
more of
quest-
adventurers.
Oh,
much like the clothing that we were supposed to deliver.
We all start somewhere. I had a quest very similar. So, good luck. As he like nods and leaves for real this time.
Except for when he doesn't.
well, I suppose that wraps up our business in this plane.
A nice place, though. If we could maybe rest for the night, or
Ooh. That would be good.
Yes.
just
I can go set up the tent outside of town if you all want to take a moment or whatever.
I suppose so. We're not going to be able to get to Sybil into an inn. This is probably one of the safer places in
You right.
the multiple planes.
Phalia, would you mind helping me?
With what?
Setting up the tent and all. plan on going outside of town, so
Suppose I wouldn't mind getting away from here.
then let's.
Come on, Nico.
Uh,
Let's go find Sybil and let her know.
That's good.
Going and setting up the tent. I'm gonna like make Phalia do a lot of the work, but I'll hand her like a fishing pole that just already is in the water and has bait. Here, you can do this while I set the rest up. It's not too hard. And I'm not great at advice, but don't take him saying you're incomplete as you are not who you're supposed to be.
All made just made too much sense. Why my mother wants me to stay away from the Elven Kingdom.
Yes, that does make some sense, but perhaps you would like to go talk to your mother about this? If we can find a way back to where your plane is from, or where you're from?
No.
I see. Well, then, if you'll stay in our company, we can do whatever it is that you need to do, and I'd be glad to help you with it.
Just because my mother lied to me doesn't mean the Raven Queen did.
No, I wouldn't suggest she would have, ever. Plus, you still have a purpose. That down feather.
Don't even know what I'm looking for.
I don't think any of us really know what we're looking for. One of us is literally blind.
That's fucked up.
Fucked up.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm traveling for the sake of traveling. This whole fate
Woohoo!
business is far out of my comprehension, and to be honest, I'm having a lot of trouble trusting anything Sybil says.
I didn't mean philosophically I don't know what I'm looking for. I meant I don't even know what a down feather is.
Oh, you meant literally. Well,
We didn't have too many birds where I
down
lived.
feather.
Man, if only the encyclopedia wasn't with you guys.
I was sent to find some thief that was able to escape a god, that was able to steal from a goddess. That could be on any plane. And I was sent to the one plane we feared the most. And I was told to stay away from where the elves lived in the southeast. And everything is so opposite to what I grew up to.
Yes, getting accustomed to new places is difficult. Very difficult.
When I talked to, I just stopped some people on a road. They just let me go with them and they told me what the Primaterial Plane was like. They didn't even ask any questions, really.
A lot of us do have trust like that. Guessing that's not common where you're from.
No.
Do you fear that they're going to do something to you when they just invite you? And
No.
I get that it's different, but I don't quite understand why it's bad.
All of this is why it's bad. I don't even know what I'm doing anymore, and it's all because I decided to think about my feelings. Rather than just not caring or going with it.
I feel like we would have ended up here whether you cared or not. Especially if this is the place that your goddess is asking you to be. Or if fate is asking us to be here. I'm not really sure who's dictating any path we follow.
My goddess didn't ask me to come here. Empathy did.
Is that not a similar situation? Would empathy not want what your goddess wants?
I guess he probably does.
You have said they are kin, correct? Or empathy is her child?
Yes.
Well,
Kind of bothers me now how that God said that my patron was here. What if he wasn't just wrong? And he was just... What else was I lied to about?
Well, who said your patron couldn't be at many places? If she's in the Ravens in the prime material plane, then she's in the Ravens on any other.
The whole point of being in the Shadowfell is so that she can be as deep into the recesses of it and safe as possible, so she can... Nothing happens to the cycle of life and death, and it's all very complicated.
Yes, I'm sure. But I think a god's powers are more versatile, especially if they have to remain in one place. They have eyes and ears everywhere, all point to empathy. So-
Son. But in your head, you see how empathy sees what you're doing as like it's you in like an aloha shirt going from the Shadowfell to the Prime.
Like a vacation.
Vacation.
The road trip.
And then you see the visage how you see the Raven Queen doing the same thing to here. And he just kind of shrugs.
Vacation. Oh, sweet, going on vacay.
Empathy says she just likes it here.
Well, I guess there's no problem with that then. If she can get used to it here, then I'm sure you're strong enough too.
I'm not a goddess.
Maybe not, but
I'm not even
you're
a
immortal.
not even a real royal. I'm just some ripped in half elf. I'm a quarter elf.
I think the only thing that you are, Ophelia, is mortal, like any of us. But that is what makes us so attractive to some other beings, such as the Raven Queen. But she does deal with death and all.
I only have 5 years before my mother's going to start looking for me.
Oh, what if she comes looking? Would your mother disregard your god's request?
My mother might take empathy away.
Moon.
Moon indeed.
You see in your head only the visage of the Raven Queen. As empathy wraps its wings around your head again. And is
I don't
coddling you
think,
like a small child.
And it seems that empathy is dead set on not leaving your side anytime soon either. Be it 5 or 50 years.
What about my poor brother? He was sent to the plane of fire and he wasn't even as strong as me.
Well, perhaps our journeys will bring us across him, but if he's anything like you at all, then I'm sure he is more than fine.
I don't think I could ever face my sister again.
Well, I don't think
I don't even know
you'll-
where she went.
The way things are going, I would say that there's no need to worry.
That's what I'm trying not to do, but I hate this realm. I don't want to worry.
Well, then don't. You do have a little party here to keep things moving forward. And time is still ticking. I don't think there's anything to worry about just yet.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do next, but I do know that I hate this place. Don't know if I hate that god or not, but
Well, then let's get some rest and we'll be out of here in the morning, or when we're all a bit more ready to go. The others are still in the city.
Speaking of, back to you three.
do 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 do.
In the plane of
Hey.
fire, burning alive.
In the plane of fire.
Oh no!
Yes.
Stop it!
Your
Stop it!
compass shows a red dot pop on top of you.
Oh shit!
This fountain is now a fire fountain. No.
So Sybil, you see those two walking up as Petal and Phalia walk off.
How was the talk?
Interesting. Phalia got some news she's not overly. that she's processing.
How? What news?
I feel like it'd be better for her
Yeah.
to say it.
Okay.
Make her think about it more.
Oh my god.
Cause her
she's
more
a-
emotional strife.
Yep.
Yep. She
Like I
was a
said, I
demon
will
the whole
traumatize
time.
each one of you motherfuckers.
Well, and did you learn anything else?
We
Phalia
have
was given a crystal that can help us remove these time tears.
And if we get 10 of them, the god will give us a present.
Hmm. Okay, well, see, you didn't need me after all.
He actually, you probably would have liked to talk to him. He's not one to really give out fate info. But he's a very smart man, it seems.
He's got some good vibes.
I'll take your word for it.
Petal is currently... Petal and Phalia are setting up a tent outside of town.
Hmm.
So that's where we'll be tonight.
Okay, I don't sleep in tents, but you have fun with that.
I
Well,
heard
we
it's
tried to-
intense.
Shut the fuck up,
Tent sleeping isn't.
We got the certain tent so you could still be outside, but it has windows so you can see out. You can
Oh,
still see the
thanks.
stars.
No thanks. I'd rather not be near any of you ever.
Camping without a cabin is sleeping in tents.
That's it, boy. Or about
We
enough
should
of
go-
you.
We should probably go catch up with the others.
I don't know where.
Okay. I've just been sitting. Children keep staring at me. It's kind of weird.
Well, everyone here is kind of dead, so
And
Dad.
it's not like they
Daddy
can
Weddy.
tell if I'm not dead.
As
You
suddenly
smell
a
it.
halo appears upon everyone. Kidding.
All dead people gain one halo. Plus one halo.
Holy shit, when we actually die, that means we'll have 2 halos. We'll be better than all these motherfuckers.
Nico, what are you doing?
I'm going to ask where an inn is.
They just kind of like give you a blank stare and be like, "Oh, you don't have a house yet, do you?"
No. They give houses?
Well, where else would you stay in the place you stay forever at?
Oh,
In.
right.
Because I prefer inns. If this is my heaven, damn it, I want a tavern.
Oh God, I have messages. Oh,
You mean nobody's happy to be an innkeeper for the rest of their eternity?
oh.
You
I,
have to
I,
go to the dwarven plane for that.
Dwarven plane? What?
Dwarven plane, the plane of dwarves.
Okay, the plane of
The
drinking.
ground is dwarves. It's infinite dwarf as far as the eye can see.
Not
The
what I
air
meant.
is beard. The air is
There's
beard.
beard.
No, I wouldn't say the air is beard. I definitely would say the
Fine,
water
we
is
have
ale.
to go to Valhalla for that. Happy.
Squala. I am happy.
I guess you could try and stay at the temple, but that's about the only place I know that people stay before they get home.
Oh. Okay, thank you.
He just kind of nods as he runs off.
And then I'm going to go to the outdoors where everybody else was.
Okay.
Indoors. Indoors.
Petal, you were fishing, right?
Always.
All right, give me that dank fishing check.
Did you catch anything?
Yes, I did.
Hey, Petal, do you know what you caught?
My mom.
The physical
What?
form of your dragon.
Now, how did you get here?
It points down to the water.
I look down.
You see a bunch of different fish and like spiritual fish.
Well, everybody, I'd like to introduce you to my rainbow dragon koi.
Oh,
I don't have a name for him yet, but he has
Would you like to send a picture in chat if you still
Oh,
have it?
Let me. I have to
Honestly,
our chat.
I didn't have anything prepared until just then.
that's funny.
You got a nat 20. I wasn't prepared for that.
You should
The
only be
name
prepared for the natural 20 fish roll.
is Rain Koi.
Dragon fin.
Oh, it didn't do it right. Hang on. I'm trying to.
It is
Wow.
bracket X bracket.
Yeah. Bracket X end bracket. Open parentheses. Paste it has to end in a GIF or PNG
Here it
or something.
is.
Oh, and close parentheses.
Alright. Say that again?
Bracket X
Bracket?
close bracket. Yep, the brackets are.
Alright.
Yep, and then open parentheses. Paste it has to end in a PNG or something, and then close
PNG or
parentheses.
GIF.
Yep.
PNG or
Like
GIF.
no JPEG?
hmm
It can be anything else
I-
as
I
long
think
as it
JPEG
ends in the
too.
file name. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. That
A
and
lot of them
then-
you can actually delete until the file name,
Yep.
and it'll still work.
Very cool. There's the .png and parenthesis.
Here we go.
Oh.
ooh.
That was not at all what I was thinking.
Yeah. So yeah, he just
Oh, you
fishes the
very
head of this
creepy.
thing out of the water.
I just
going
thought
to
it
be
would be some big fuck off fish.
I thought it was going to be
Kind
some
of
big
is a
fish,
big
too.
fuck off fish.
Well, I guess now would be as convenient of a time as any to tell you how I caught him the first time.
Oh,
I'll set
yeah.
up some food.
Go ahead. It'll be a decently long story. I won't finish it today. Well, I guess to start it, I usually tell this in a bar.
well, don't you have some alcohol on you?
Do I have enough left for everybody?
Yeah.
All right.
It
yeah,
seems like the
I'll-
drinks you've taken out today here are still there.
Yes. I will pour everybody a glass. Okay. Where do we start?
Usually at the beginning.
Yes, usually at the beginning, but the beginning is
Yeah.
kind of
I
weird.
think it's a very good place to start.
Well,
so when
then.
my mom met my dad.
So my mom met my dad.
And they fucked.
They
Remember
fucked
that
hard.
chance?
Yeah.
Well, I guess to describe it, the dragon koi is a creature invisible to most and non-existent to many more. To see one, you usually have to be very, very lucky. And to capture one, well, even luckier. Dragon koi are from the inner lakes. A long time ago, my friend Brand and I were traveling from a routine patrol mission. We were skipping our return, of course, and instead went to the what was it? It was a small pond a bit west of Sandfall. After ignoring orders and ditching our training program, we decided it would be the best idea to spend that extra time fishing. When we got there, however, you could always tell that there was something a bit off about this little pond of ours. There was no water source, but deep, deep within, nearly towards the bottom, you could see these massive skeletons just lying there. A lot of people used to go in and take some samples, however, nothing ever came of use. If I remember, the day was warm, a bit breezy. Sun was just tucked behind a few clouds. The tall grass was quite comfortable for sitting. We'd casted our lines pretty far in and put a bit extra on our anchors. We never saw any living fish, and there were only rumors that you could get ghost tugs and fake nibbles, but we weren't so sure. As the sun lowered, though, we'd lost track of time, granting us cooler temperatures and actual shade. And just as we began packing up our things, we felt a light tug. I kept a finger on my line, per usual, just to see if it was anything of substance. And after just a few twitches, the line began to tear off of my reel. And I'll pull out my fishing pole and take off some of the fishing line, and the inner part of it is just burned.
Oh.
When I grabbed it and pulled upwards, I'd nearly broken my arm trying to pull against this thing, and it felt like there was electricity being shot up my arms itself. Bran, of course, had also caught something, but moving from that, the field around us felt like it had gone ablaze. The grass itself had turned red, and the sky even brighter orange. The water began to swirl like a never-ending whirlpool, and the wind began to pick up. Took one of my favorite hats, actually. I miss it. As these waves began to intensify, and I ran out of line to just lose to this thing, we spent the next 3 hours, I believe, pulling against it. And against my better judgment, I had, of course, decided to step into the water. As we continued, we pulled one another, and eventually I was pulled pretty far under. And there I was met with something more wondrous than I could ever perceive. These fields and fields, or coral fields, I should say, of the most elegantly colored life forms I've ever seen. They were have you ever seen the small little wax drawing utensils children use on books?
I believe so.
Like colored pens. Almost like that. After that, all I can really remember was pulling and pulling until there was nothing left. And I was just there, with a broken pole and an even greater comprehension of whatever this place was. After that, it goes a bit black, but I remember waking up on the coastline of that little pond, and this little line was sitting in the water. And that's where he was sitting, just staring, per usual. My friend Brand had said he'd experienced something similar, and that he had a line very similar to mine. However, his was a bit less colorful, more dark, black and white, I suppose. I'd have to really look back to speak about the rest, but that's all for now.
That's really cool.
I didn't think it was very cool at the time. I honestly was terrified. I'm pretty sure. No, I definitely did soil myself.
Most cool situations in the future are terrifying in the present.
That's true. That's very, very true.
Nickel, have you ever caught a rainbow dragon koi?
It looks like it's ready to pounce on the dragon koi.
I wouldn't.
Right there.
He did turn that vampire to dust.
The dragon koi is looking at you, Petal, and it opens its mouth to where the hook and the original hook is stuck in the roof of its mouth.
Aw.
Yes. Sorry. I will go and detach my actual hook from him.
I will help.
Oh, as soon as he grabs onto it, it detaches.
Okay.
Gotcha. There you go, buddy. You're free to go to wherever you come from. But I'm not sure what to do about this one. I'll tug on the ethereal one a little bit.
He closes his mouth as you're tugging on it. Like
Put your hand
defensively closes his mouth and keeps its teeth on the wire.
Then I guess it stays.
And he just he starts receding back into the water as Nickel is cat-like on the ground,
I
stalking it.
I put the dulled fishing hook because I was filing it down. I put the dull fishing hook around one of Nickel's teeth, and then I throw him out like he's fish bait.
Shark
Okay.
bait. Wow.
He's swimming around and he latches onto Petal's dragon koi, and the line just fucking shing!
Oh, there we go.
Like your reel is spinning and burning up your line.
I look over at Petal and I say, "I fear I may be in danger."
I would let go.
Maybe snap him back. Snap Nickel back.
Tell Nickel to let go.
The line, the reel stops. You're pulled like half a foot before the line snaps.
You may want to call Nickel back.
I'll do that in a second. Can I get another fishing hook?
Sure. I'll take one from my hat and hand it to her.
I'll start dulling another one.
You also need a whole new spool of line.
That I do not have.
I'm surprised the rod didn't just the spool didn't just fly off the handle.
Oh, the metal rings are like red hot right now.
Yes. Just like that.
Before you see the dragon koi like breach the surface and Nickel's on its back, like trying to like scratch at, like hunt, like fighting it, but the dragon koi is just not paying attention at all.
I'm a vicious and dangerous creature. Sure thing, kid. Sure thing.
Sure. Believe that. Sure.
But no, it went from like right here in front of you to, let me drag all the way over here, to right here in within 6 seconds.
Damn. That's a big jump.
I'm gonna go ahead and check that movement speed real quick, DM.
All right, go for it.
Movement speed.
Let's see.
He went from there to the edge of the screen.
Yeah.
Let's see. Hang on, I gotta zoom out a little more. Let's see.
Let's see.
We're gonna go
Fast
right here.
About
to-
280 or more in one turn.
Yep.
Damn, son. Where'd you
It's a
fish
spirit.
that?
It's a spiritual fish. What do you want? What do you want from me? Oh God.
Spiritual dragonfish.
Yeah.
I still think you should name it Rain Koi. Like first name Rain,
I
last
pick
name
up
Koi.
Nickel and I put him back on my shoulder.
What about Rain Dragon?
He's soaked. His nose is waterlogged, even though he didn't need to breathe. The water was just rushing into his nose and face that fast.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I hate that when that happens.
Yeah, it sucks. I tend to think he'll give me his name whenever he's ready.
Nickel
now his
roars
nickname is
at
Rain
the Nickel roars at the Dragon Koi as the Dragon Koi just kind of lifts its head and goes.
Yes. You are both vicious.
Very vicious indeed. The most dangerous animals on Earth.
And the Dragon
you're
Koi
both-
kind of disappears into the water.
Well, they're
Okay.
both basically part dragon, so
Technically, part of somewhat of the most dangerous beings on Earth.
mm-hmm.
Well, I suppose we'll sit down for a slight thing to eat.
And just in time. And
a long rest.
I bring over food.
All right.
Alright. You guys get to long rest in the plane of time.
I like
during the long rest, I think really hard about it. I think. Wait.
Mama.
Did he say that girl was his great granddaughter and that she was the half I was split off of,
Yes.
I believe so.
and she was part of a royal guard,
Guess what? If we
Of that family, yes.
and does that make him my great grandfather?
technically.
I suppose it makes him that half of you's great grandfather.
I mean, if you are two halves of the same person, and that one person is his great granddaughter, then yes.
But I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it has any bearing.
what the hell are y'all talking about?
If you were there, you would know.
I did try to tell him to force you to be there.
Well, thankfully he said no.
I didn't
Or
tell you what he
did
said.
he?
I mean, I wasn't there, was I?
Or were you?
I definitely wasn't.
Oh, how would you know?
Because I was sitting.
According to who?
Me.
Well,
God damn
I'm gonna be honest. You've been saying a lot of things, and I'm not sure if I believe it all.
Does that make me part god?
As
Probably
much-
in like a very, very minimal percentage.
God with a little G.
I mean, technically, one of my ancestors is a god. And I'll put up, but I don't think that makes me one, or anywhere close to one.
Petal, I don't understand what you mean when you say you don't believe me. It's not like I've said anything that's untrue.
Well, it's that I'm going to be honest with you. You don't explain a lot either, and it feels like you're just kind of being a lot from afar.
I mean,
I before we go, that is the only real family I actually know. I'd like to talk to him one last time,
I don't see why not.
unless he's busy. Then we can just leave.
I'm sure he can make the time.
Okay, no seconds for you, Petal.
I'm sorry. Please.
I thought this was funny.
Petal, am I beholden to all of you? Am I supposed to explain every little tiny thing that I do?
You ask us to come along this adventure with you as if fate preordained it, and
Well,
And
it
don't
did.
worry.
be best
for you to provide us a bit more description.
Info.
Foe.
Really don't know how to explain it. I've already told you. Fate said that you all will help me with trials.
I'll figure something out.
Well,
Like I said, you, Petal, the man birthed by violence, are going to help me in a trial of conscience.
well, here's my first bit of advice. Stay close to your party. Trial of conscience. Go. You're already in it. I'm trialing you.
This music doesn't fit.
No, it doesn't.
Trial! The trial begins!
The trial begins after we eat and rest.
Yes,
at
so
dawn we
please roll up your new HP since you are taking a long rest.
I refuse. Fuck level 4. I stay 3.
Okay, fine.
Oh, you don't.
Sorry, Chance. My party said I'm not allowed to.
Okay. Sybil, nice. You got an 8. Paleo, my god.
Oh,
Not bad. Failey is about to be the new tank of the party.
Honestly.
She really is. Oh my god.
Just have to...
My hooker? Oh.
Oh, Lorelai, no.
Ooh, Nico got max health.
Yay.
Just like me. Me and Nico.
I got a total of 8 health.
Nico is no longer the lowest HP member in the party.
Woohoo!
Please don't tell me it's Lorelai. She's a
2
tank.
is 5.
Uh,
So 26.
it'd be funny, wouldn't it?
26, and I have 27.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't be funny at all.
The wizard has more health than the cleric.
I just rolled a 1. Fuck off.
Hey, Sybil, how much HP do you
Oh my god,
have?
I have inspiration.
25.
Can I add my inspiration to Lorelai's roll? Eh?
Inspiration is meant for rolls.
I mean, I'll take it.
No, sucks. Anyway, you have your own inspiration. Use it.
Fair. I'll use it.
I'm good on health. I'm not gonna use it on that.
I will say this: if you roll max health, you can't use inspiration on it.
It's fine. D4, right? Take it.
Yeah, there you go.
Am I once again brought back to being the lowest health?
Yes.
No, actually,
Yay! I'm not the last. I'm not the least.
you weren't the least before Sybil was.
Oh.
Hey yo! I already got my spells and my feature.
Yeah,
Despite only rolling a 6, I went up 9 HP.
All right. And now
Well,
I
if
need to
your
pull
con is
some.
+3.
I need to pull some people into Dreamscape. Give me a little bit.
Not it. Not it.
Got it.
Hi.
Hello.
So your dream is a wonderful, colorful sea before you. The mountains are beautifully colored. It's very stark contrast from the land you're standing on, which is dry and dusty. Across this ocean or river or whatever it is, you see a massive glow, and it's calling to you.
Am I a bird or am I me?
You are you. There's no bird, there's no sprite, but yet you can see.
I suppose I'll go towards the light. Although people normally say not to do that.
As you're walking, you end up walking across the water, and it is as firm as stone. Everything around you doesn't seem to be moving. But as you look around, you recognize the mountain range of your home, and is far to the north of where you are.
Like my home?
Where you live.
Ah. Is the light is the light like over there, or is it not?
The light is to the southeast of where you are, and you are standing on water. The closer you get to the light, the warmer you feel, but yet the emptier you feel.
I want to go towards my home.
Okay. As you go that way, the light suddenly dies. You don't feel empty. You feel full and warm. But yet you don't feel powerful. And you wake up.
Okay.
And now go back to normal chat and ponder. Hello, Warlock. So.
Whoa, you just said hello, Warlock. I was so confused.
You are in a familiar place.
Ew.
Empathy is sitting on your shoulder. You are in the land of Far Shore, looking at that abandoned mansion.
I don't know.
And you see it's the country you first landed in.
Okay.
You see a little girl in a white dress standing in front of this abandoned mansion, and she waves to you and smiles as she turns and runs inside.
I pick up empathy like a chicken, and I walk in.
Okay. Upon entering, you see this wonderfully beautiful house instead of the abandoned what you were expecting. It reminds you a lot of home. It is very regal and very warm. And you just hear family talking and laughing. And it all suddenly becomes old and decayed and rotten. And that warmth is gone. And you're standing in this house alone as you hear the giggles of the little girl come from somewhere.
Walk around the eating area and see and like run my hand on the table, looking at the dust.
The dust is thick, but your hand doesn't disturb it. The table isn't in the dining room to the left hall. You know this somehow, as a foul stench comes from the kitchen. And you're used to like foul smelling like rotten foods, but this is different.
I will put empathy on my head so that I'm arguably combat ready, and I'll go into that room.
As you open the door, you're blasted with this stench of rotting flesh and decay as your bird covers your face and you suddenly feel that warmth and closeness again, and you just feel yourself bolster, learning your new abilities as you're here. And upon him removing his wings, you see everyone else in your party next to you now, and then you wake up.
They were in the house.
Yes, like you never turned to look behind you until he removed your head, and they were all looking at you.
Okay.
Yeah, now go back, ponder. That is all I need to do.
I wasn't bald.
Guess who's back? Back
I
again.
DM's back. Run away.
Hello, friend. Wait.
It's a vampire.
Well, yeah, Nico.
It's a vampire spawn with a buffed sword of lifesteal.
Well, yeah, Nico, you weren't involved because they can't reach you here.
Oh.
Beep,
It's
beep,
okay. I've never
beep.
had a dream. So.
Nobody calls me.
I've never had a
Yeah.
dream. I just don't dream.
Well, unless you count the time I got my ring. But yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But no.
We'll have a nice long rest.
But Lorelai, you do see the moon high in the sky, and you feel its blessing rain down upon you in the night.
Oh, nice.
Power of God.
Yeah.
Shut up.
And so you all wake up in the morning.
I'm awake.
I feel smarter.
I feel less
like I'm... The reason why you feel smarter is you were looking over these spell research notes and trying to make headway.
I think the better alcohol here makes my stomach feel good. So I do drink a glass in the morning.
Okay.
And then I drink my tea.
It mixes very well with the tea for some reason.
Hey,
it normally doesn't.
That's pretty good. You should try this, you lot. I will make glasses for everybody, but if you don't want to drink it, then
Oh, I actually have a set.
I'll give it a try.
tea
Yeah,
and
that's right.
alcohol at 9 a.m.
9 a.m. It's like fucking 7 a.m., motherfucker.
7 a.m. tea and alcohol.
I sip the alcohol and I'm like, Petal, why do you drink bad tasting things?
It's not bad tasting, it's an acquired taste.
Anybody who says that.
Anybody who says that says what?
This tastes like
if I
throat.
have to acquire the taste, it means it's not good.
This
Thank
tastes
you.
like throat burn, and this one tastes like leaves.
And mixed together, they
Off of the
taste
ground.
like.
They taste like disgusting bitter leaves that burn your throat.
You just don't get it, do you? You people. If you're not gonna finish the glass, I'll take the rest.
As I was like about to pour it out, and I decide this time I'll just hand it to you.
Thank you.
I don't think you have some.
I suppose the best description of it would be this particular cider and the throat burn is something I've grown quite fond of. Maybe it's memories, maybe it's just... maybe I just do like the taste. Not sure, but I'm consistently in love with it, so I have no complaints.
To each one their own.
Well, what are you all drinking this morning? Water?
Oh, I had a cup ready for
I'm like cupping my hands in the river and like just bringing it to my drinking the river water.
Oh.
You are drinking water.
Space river water.
As soon as you dipped your hands into the water, you're already refreshed. Like you're not thirsty anymore.
Instant. Fuck yeah.
Remember how I poured some of my water skin on that statue? I'll be like, oh, it's low, and I'll refill it in this river.
Okay.
Space water.
As soon as you like open up your thing to go to put it in the river, it's already full.
But
Hold it in
I'm
there for a
water.
few seconds.
no, it doesn't.
Okay.
Oh, now I need to try something.
Sybil, do you actually drink what you pulled out of the river?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Okay, then yeah, you stay full.
Well,
I'm sorry,
Ophelia,
what?
you wanted to go talk to that's Demine,
I
right?
suppose I just had a couple questions, yes.
Well, I suppose you could go do that then. And
I'll take care of putting down the tent.
I appreciate it. I looked
Nico-
throughout this city.
What were
Huh?
you going to try? You said you got curious.
I know I got curious.
What you get curious about?
Yeah.
I want to dunk my head in the water.
What were you going to do?
I was just gonna dunk my head in the water, see if
You're
I
gonna
was
try to
already
breathe.
wet.
You're gonna see if you could still
No.
breathe in it.
No, I was gonna
Uh-huh.
dunk my head in the water to see if my head would get wet before I put my head in the water.
Your head does feel wet just before you put it in the water.
Do
Do you continue to put your head in the water?
Yeah.
Okay, your head's wet.
Okay, that's what-
Okay.
I get it. You have the feeling
Just had to
from.
know.
It's like it's future feeling.
Yeah.
Because
It's
it's the time zone.
Really?
the time.
Did your water skin actually fill?
Yes.
Wow.
I'm going to dry myself off and then get the tent put away.
Okay. You're looking around the town, right, Petal? Or the city?
Yeah. I don't
Okay,
know, just walk around for a while.
You
If I-
see a bunch of people just like opening up their shops. They keep like normal time here. A lot of them are just like little like random shops of like goods and stuff that they think would sell. Like this one person is literally selling like poorly carved dolls, but they still sell.
Shit, because he wants them to sell.
Maybe. But no, like it seems like everybody has their own craft here, and they practice their craft in order to get
Make a
better
shot
at it.
or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, they go in sicko mode. All right,
Yeah.
I feel it.
Also, this over here, this big old building over here that I'm gonna shift to,
Ah, that building, yes.
that is a
Cheesery.
lighthouse.
I want to go to the lighthouse.
That sounds like
All
fun.
right.
I teleport to the light.
Instant transmission.
Yeah, I'm not gonna.
You see some people working on the docks, building the boats, setting offshore, fishing. And in this lighthouse, the fire that is burning here is very solid. Like it doesn't flicker or change.
It's just like a stagnant light.
It's just like a beam of light that's shooting out.
Can I go in and go to the tippy top?
Streaming.
Getting mugged.
You can go inside and go to the top, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to stare into that light for about 3 hours.
All right. It's a modern day lighthouse instead of one that would be like a reflective surface off of a fire pit.
Man, what the hell is this thing? I knock on the lamp several times. What is this?
It gives a loud dong every time you knock on this thick, hot glass.
That's odd. I like. Can I move it around a little bit? Can I shift it? I don't get it. How is it? Where's the light coming from? Is there a fire inside? Well, no stuff in the elf place that I don't understand. Weirdos. I'll go downstairs and go outside and well, wait for all my friends to finish up their business, meaning I'll let Faley go talk to that god guy.
Okay.
You
Lorelei,
stare at the
you're
light
with
for
him
3
too?
hours. Of course, I'm talking to the god guy. With
I
that.
started working in the light for 3 hours.
Your eyes don't actually burn from this light.
Hey, this
Like
isn't too
it
bad.
would, like looking into a really bright, like fire source, like the sun.
It's ain't too bad, man.
Yeah.
Shit. All right.
Lorelei, what are you doing over here? Are you doing the same thing?
I was just interested in the lighthouse, yes.
Okay. Yeah, you see the same thing as him.
Magic light. Magic light.
Fascinating.
I bump into it several
It-
times.
It's slowly moving back and forth, like scanning the horizon.
Oh my god, it's evil. It's the Eye of Sauron.
Let's go with Sybil and Nico because we're gonna save the talking to that person
For
last.
last.
Who the fuck is Nico?
Who is
Sybil, Nico.
I loved that laugh. You just died inside a little bit.
No, lounge.
You're just gonna lounge by the river.
Lay.
Nico's like, oh, no, not Nico. Sybil's like, I fucking hate time. Ugh.
All right, you're lounging. Nico.
After a few minutes, if nobody's come back, I'm gonna head in.
Okay.
Because I didn't really get a good look around, so I'm gonna take more of a look around. I want to look. What is this place? I want to know what this place is.
Please. Oh, that. If you go inside, it's actually a library.
Okay, yep, that's where I'm gonna be until they need me.
This is where I will be until the end of time.
The librarian asks you
Library?
what year it is for you.
1491, but also 1509.
1491 it is. And they lead you to the section that is relevant to your time and past.
It's 1505, by the way.
Wait, there's lore over here?
You're looking at a lighthouse. Fuck off.
But
Nope, you looked at a
Lord,
lighthouse. You chose a
Lord!
lighthouse. You didn't choose this building.
I didn't know. She likes
Thing of
info.
ignorance.
All right, so
I'm
you're
going
brought to the section that is 1491 and before.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I know, Lorelei, but you're looking
Yeah.
at a lighthouse, which
You
is also
decided to
fascinating.
learn- Yeah, you decided to learn
Yeah.
about a lighthouse, so.
I'm pretty
It's
sure this
n- it,
lighthouse
it's
is
n-
cool
it's
thing.
not a bonfire lighthouse like what you guys have.
That's fair.
It's technical lighthouse.
I am going
Yeah.
to read as long as I can.
Okay. You'll read of the recent history. Anything that is beyond your point in the year, you can't understand.
Okay.
It's like there is a spell put over it to where you can't figure out the future.
I
And every time
I smudge the paper trying to clear it up.
When you do that, it does create words saying no spoilers.
Oh, okay.
And so yeah, you can just read up on history and other stuff like that.
Sounds
And
good
I
to me.
will send you little blurps later.
Stick.
All right.
Shit, are we sending our ideals?
Oh no, don't do it.
Are we sending ideals?
Why not? Are we sending bonds?
Ideals
Trust me,
spamming,
My ideals
spamming.
does not.
bonds?
My ideals does not exactly.
All right, Thalia.
Yeah.
You're entering the big old church.
Yeah, is he in here or is he watching fights again?
Are you asking the lady that's there?
I guess I walk in and I go, is he in?
I believe he's home right now.
Wouldn't this be his home?
Why would he live here?
This is the biggest building.
Why would he want to live in the biggest building?
Why wouldn't you want to live in the biggest building?
Because it gets lonely.
But you're in here.
I'm doing my job.
I'm not saying why are you in here. I'm saying but you're also in here, so it wouldn't be lonely.
Yes, My job is to welcome new people. As you see, someone just arrives.
How old are they?
They are about 150 in like elven years. Like looking, 150 looking.
Mhm.
Not as old as Jeffrey.
I miss Jeffrey. He never lied to me. He probably didn't fucking know nothing.
But if you're looking for him, just go. I need to find which place it would be. Yeah. Behind the bathhouse.
That's so out of the way. All right. Let's see.
She turns and goes and greets a newly
I
dead
give
person.
her a gold.
Oh,
Take my gold.
there's no need. And she smiles at you and hands it back to you and just continues doing her work.
Wait, that new person has gold.
Yeah. Maybe.
I could ask him for his money because he don't need it no more.
Oh, you need that shit?
As I contemplate this, I leave.
Okay.
Go to his house, but I have to move my token far for that.
Suffer.
What? There we go.
Yeah. And this place, it's a nice looking place. It's nothing like your mother's.
Probably not.
This kind of looks like a cottage. It's a rather big one, but yeah.
There's suits hanging everywhere,
No.
covering the outside of the cottage.
All suits. Some gray.
Is there a door knocker?
Light black.
No.
Oh man.
There's just the door. It's a nice multi-paneled wood door.
Okay, I walk up to the door, and then I think to empathy to knock on the door with its beak.
Empathy happily, flies and just bashes its head on the door. And it sounds like a normal knock.
Oh!
Anything to get dirty again, I swear.
Clean time.
After a few minutes, you hear some shuffling inside, and he opens the door. He's wearing just a pair of pants and a very loose fit shirt with the left arm knotted. Oh,
You don't look like a god anymore.
did I look like one before?
Well, you had a blindfold on and mysteriousness. Now you're wearing a loose T-shirt. Anyway.
Now you have a.
He approached you guys and took off the blindfold.
I know. And with the mysteriousness was his eyes and everything, but now he's just like, hey, what's up? I'm in a T-shirt.
He just woke up. He's not a morning person.
I, out of character, understand why this happened. I, in character, though, I'm just like, you don't look like the same. Yeah.
His beard is very unkempt.
I thought about a few things. One of them is, why do you have a beard when you're a half-elf?
Because I'm half human. And I like beards.
I don't know any half-elves with beards.
The time just explodes into
Well, have you met any high elf like yourself?
Could you give Petal a beard?
I mean, Petal's human, so I don't see why not.
I see. Unimportant. I have one more unimportant question before I ask important questions. Who is, and I open up a note I wrote down. Have you heard anything about Idril?
I have not. But like
All
I
right.
said before, I don't like to use my omnipotence for anything.
No, that's fine. It's party related. If you already knew, it would have been just convenient. And then the last question. So before, when you said that Rosaria Kane was your great 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 granddaughter, and that I was split in half when I was born due to my mother and things, does that mean you're my great 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 grandfather?
Family, so you choose it to be. I believe that's up to you at this point.
I was just wondering about genetics. I don't really know you.
Oh, then yes.
Hmm.
Now I have to start practicing eugenics.
How? Oh, and then another question that I'm sure is stupid to you, but really confusing to me. You
He
don't.
scratches his
You,
stump.
you don't want me to. And like she makes a stabbing motion with the piece of glass. You don't want me to stab myself, do you?
No. You're just supposed to stab the tears. It's like a stitch. It's like a sewing
Then,
needle.
then how would I get rid of there being two of me?
Either you don't, or you become one again.
Oh, that sounds gross.
You must eat her and devour her powers.
I mean, it's a little bit more complicated than that, but it's a bit here nor there right now.
If there was an evil version of you, would you want to join up with them because it would make you whole?
No, I killed all the evil versions of me.
Oh, that's confusing.
That's conflicting.
But they weren't me. They were a different future of me.
So it wasn't you.
It was me
what
if I went down the wrong path.
But I mean, my situation's like that, but not with time. So does
I
that
know.
mean I'm very confused. You didn't really give me a straight answer, did you?
If I solved all your problems for you, then you would never grow.
Wow. If that's not a stupidly dad thing
That's
to say.
not a cop out. No.
I will say
100.
this.
I am fully grown.
I didn't mean age-wise. I meant emotionally. And experienced-wise. Have you had breakfast?
No, Pedo tried giving me alcohol and tea, and I told him they tasted bad.
They do. Please, come in. And he, like, holds the door open for you.
Look, all the tea is great.
Okay, when I go inside, when I go inside, I put my nickel on a coat hanger. Like a
nickel
scarf.
goes. Inside here, it's not like squabble, but it's not regal. It just seems kind of along the level of Petal's home.
Are you going to have a wife come out and yell at you for hanging out with a woman?
No.
Petal dealt with that. Our entire party is females besides him.
Awkward.
That's odd. As he he leads you to where the kitchen is, and he just starts going through cupboards and pulling stuff out to make breakfast with. Is there any other questions you have that might help you?
If I stab myself and I do the stabbing my stomach motion with the time shard, will that fix anything?
That won't do anything to you.
No?
No.
And I go to
You-
stab myself with the time shard.
The shard is like, as soon as it like goes and touches your skin, it just passes through. But you can see in the shard the like, just the instances of the million different versions of you stabbing yourself, to where they cause different levels of wounding.
Is this because I'm not a time portal?
Exactly. You are not out of time, so you aren't affected by it.
I'm getting sick of that pun.
What pun?
Out of time. The time god not having enough time for me.
Oh,
Pedal made
no,
all sorts of puns.
I would understand that. As like you see him cooking with his one hand, and frying up some just basic breakfast stuff. He lays it on the table, and then he reaches into his fridge and pulls out this little yellow cake with like a honey glaze on top, and sets it with the breakfast.
Cake for breakfast? Thanks, Grandpa.
And in the distance, you hear a man yelling, going, "I want some!"
You hear the door bust down. I heard you had honey cake.
No, he's not allowed in here.
The honey cake maniac.
The honey.
And he just kind of sits down across from you with the same thing in front of him, and he just starts eating.
I understood what all of this was until you put this yellow thing in front of me.
That's a special
by-
family recipe that my mother taught me.
Oh. So I was told by children that this is bacon and eggs and sliced bread that has been cooked, and it is now called toast.
Yes.
And this is goo. This is yellow goo.
That is honey.
This is honey. Okay.
Yes.
So try the honey cake first, just because it's new.
All right. Well, you already know the flavor of it as a player. You can decide.
I don't know if you have addictive qualities to yours.
Yes.
You are part of the family. You don't have to be addicted.
Oh my god, you're right.
Oh my god. You have just made the best day of his life.
No withdrawal.
No withdrawal.
Honey cake.
It's really sweet.
Yeah, it is. As he like smiles and eats his own. You guys just kind of have a quiet breakfast after that point, unless you have more questions.
I just had like one more.
Okay.
Am I gonna have to meet my real mom and dad?
If you want to.
I'm getting really tired of how you answer questions.
Trust me, I got tired of it too.
No, that's all the questions I had.
Okay. Then it's just going to be a quiet breakfast with your many times great grandpa.
Isn't it seven? 7 greats?
Great grandpa.
I don't even remember anymore. That's why I said many times.
I think I remember you counting it on your hand. I think it was 7.
Oh. Okay.
It was between 7 and 10.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just a very slow morning. Lorelai, you can now go to the library.
Yay!
You are led to the same section as Laura, or as
No, she lies to
Nico.
them. She says her year was 1600.
No.
1 billion.
Do you attempt to lie? Do you?
No.
Don't you love how he said attempt
Okay.
to?
What are you talking about? My deception skill is super high with A
Hey, what's
plus
your
1.
passive perception, by the way? 18, right?
Let me see. Perception plus 10. Yeah, 18.
Okay. When you tell them your year, you see a little green light show up above your head. Like it's like almost indistinguishable, but your passive is so high.
Ding.
Is this for telling the truth?
Yep.
Time
Cool.
liars.
And they lead you over to the same section as Nico.
Wait. I had one very important question that if I didn't ask, my party would be upset.
Okay, well, it's at the end of the breakfast when he's like leading you out.
How do you lose his arm?
I ate it.
When I was fighting the biggest threat I ever fought.
Now I'm getting really sick of your vague answers.
That's vague because of the players. Because
Yeah,
I don't know. I'm just having that be a flavor thing.
I know.
Damn it,
The
Grandpa,
reason why
you
we
made
had to
big
come-
answers.
Say it's the.
The reason we had to come to this realm instead of staying where we were was there was too much damage done.
Oh. Well, that's a good enough answer for me.
Yes.
Because then it also answers the question of why they're fucking here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why are you here? Lost my arm. Sick, bro.
Good idea.
Oh, wait, and is Jack Saint a dick? Because they said apparently he is.
He is.
No. I
He's
don't
such
wanna
a
run
dick,
into him
but he's
now.
my best friend.
That's confusing.
Life's confusing.
That's confusing.
Now we can go back to Lorelai studying her books.
Yeah. Lorelai, what are you looking up?
Legends.
All right. You'll get basic legend stuff
Map
in your
compass
section.
legends. It's all in the corner of the map. Legends. Map legends. As a sailor, it's
For-
everything she ever wanted.
No, I like tales and things like that.
Yeah. I will write up a few tales
Cool.
to give you later. But is everybody done with the realm of time now?
Yes.
Wait,
Okay.
what about Sybil?
Sybil's relaxing by the shore, my dude. She doesn't want
Fuck Sybil.
anything to do with the fucking time realm.
Not cool, man. Come
Not
on,
cool,
Sybil.
dude. Why don't you
Okay.
investigate the timer?
You don't want to learn anything here, Sybil?
Hashtag I asked. Hashtag I already asked the only question you would have asked.
All right.
Oh, man.
Yeah, well, Sybil could have, like, done more.
Could
Sybil
have.
could have taken a goddamn bath.
Yeah. But no.
Child.
I'm going to say that you guys all meet up eventually and make your way back to where you came into this world.
You see Lorelai carrying me away as I'm trying to get back to the library.
More
What
books.
happens? What
More
happens if we
books.
bring someone with us? From
And I will be right back.
Don't think that's a good idea.
That's why we're not gonna do it.
Well, Failure, did you come to any conclusions over your conversation?
Isn't everything he answered was vague? But I did learn why those gods are here and how he lost his arm.
Oh, how'd that happen?
He was fighting the biggest threat he ever did, and the aftermath was so destroyed that they couldn't stay in their realm.
We'll see. Well, at least they have another place to stay then.
As I'm getting pulled by Lorelai, as I'm getting brought back. I was getting to the good part, Lorelai.
Yes, well, we have to go home. I was also enjoying my books, but we still have to leave.
There are libraries in the prime material plane, I'm sure.
But none to this extent. It's like the libraries of libraries.
I'm
It
sure
did
there's
look
better
like the Library of
libraries.
Alexandria in there.
Thank you. I was going to say that.
Yeah.
I am sure there are better libraries.
For some
Then
reason,
The
the
I
time
Library
library?
of Time.
For some reason, I don't
Right?
believe you.
I guarantee you with 100% accuracy, there are better libraries than time libraries.
As you guys are walking down the street, standing next to where the
Math
rift
Expo.
in time was, is
Dropping them bitches.
the god who's holding it open for you.
Hey! Now it's too far away to hold open. Now we have to speed
now we have to
walk
like
down
now
there.
we have to actually like rush to it.
We have to awkwardly
Just
speed
half
walk.
walk, half run.
Yeah.
But don't really want to like show that we're like speeding up so that they don't feel bad for making us.
Like I said, I'm going to seal this one for you all. And because I don't like omnipotence, I'm just going to let you all take care of the ones you find.
But if you don't close it and we close it with the time shard, we will only have 9 more to go.
That's fair. But who's faster?
I walk through.
I can do it while I'm still in
Sybil
here.
just ignores him and walks right through.
I could just stay on this side to close it so that you would, and then you'd have to send me back.
That seems overcomplicated. I'll walk through.
It does seem overcomplicated.
Come on, Philia.
How many time portals are we going to run into, to be honest?
I haven't researched it, so I don't know.
There might only be 9 and not 10, and this will be the
If
one.
there is only 9, I will count this one as the 10th.
Alright.
As you step through. Everyone steps through, right?
Yeah.
Only if the other side doesn't have Baxter.
Does the other side have furs and burrs?
You guys don't see the other side until you step through.
Damn it! I go when
Exactly, and if Baxter's on the other side, I jump back through. I don't want Baxter.
It's fair. You guys go through, and on the other side, you are in a castle, but it's not the same room.
Oh, we must be in Ox.
There is no magic sigils underneath you.
Oh no.
Well,
We need
like
to
he was
sneak.
faster.
We need to sneak out of here.
I agree.
As you see the rift like sew itself together.
I try to grab the crystal and I try to get it before him.
I want to stab
What
it.
crystal?
Oh, that's right. You do have the crystal. You do have the
I
crystal.
want to stab it with the time shard. Stab, stab.
All right. The shard kind of like disperses it, and then coalesces into the shard.
One.
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 So it's 5, and we were here before.
Hashtag he totally gave that to us.
Well,
Unless the god of time is slower than a tool he made himself.
How do we get the hell out of here?
I recommend quietly.
Hello?
And with that, we're gonna end session right there.
Early.
Good. That's like 20 minutes early.
It's 18 minutes early, but I'm not doing an encounter because someone yelled out hello.
Hello? Gets stabbed.
Well, I mean,
Then
think
guards
about where
walk
you
in and repeatedly
you
stab
guys didn't really get a good lay of the land where you were in Baxter's place, and you're in the same room, but it's different.
We were in
So-
Backstown.
You know,
We were also like 100 years in the future.
No,
You
we
were-
only
you were like
ended
10
up-
Not
years in the
100.
future.
100 is enough exaggeration, but any time in the future is basically, it might as well be 100 years in the future.
14 years. We were 14 years in the future.
Well,
Yeah.
I didn't go to wizard school.
Yeah.
I
you don't
went to
need to
God
go to wizard school to find out math skills, my dude.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Then what's arithmetic?
Right. Oh,
It's
wow.
a musical.
Uh,
It's a musical insect.
You know what
But
a riff
yeah.
is, right? A riff is
We
a
will-
guitar,
we will-
right?
We will end there and pick up
You know what math
next
is,
time.
right?
Okay. Goodbye,
You take a
everybody
riff-
on stream.
Hang on, wait. You take a riff from a guitar, you take math, and then you take ticks, parasites. Boom, arithmetic.
True. But yeah, thank you everyone for watching. If you want to get caught up and figure out what the hell happened this session, you can always go to YouTube or just the Twitch here and watch the past broadcasts.
I don't recommend skipping over the half times. They got nice recaps. Yeah.
We stream on Pornhub Live.
No, we don't.
What? We don't?
We do?
No, we don't. We
Never
we
have.
stream on Twitch.
We're not even
Twitch.tv.
sponsored.
We're not?
No.
Then who?
I wish we were, honestly.
By
Pornhub
Pornhub?
sponsor.
What? No.
I'd be so down. Imagine how much they'd pay us. God damn it.
Not enough.
We'd have to change the pace of our campaign, though.
To really slow, so we could keep the sponsor.
Yeah. But no, yeah. And we stream every Sunday at 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. But yeah, thank you all for joining. And sorry for the early end, but hey, have a good one.
How it does.
Bye bye, guitar riff.
Bye.